right. Are we live? Yes. Yes, we are. Okay. Fantastic. All right. Let's get started, shall we? Okay. Saribot is here. All you need to do is get these ads out of the way. Boa tarde, mestre João Almeida. Boa tarde. Olá, Reef. Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. Welcome. Hello. Hope you're doing well today. Welcome in. Let it be known that today is Friday for me. Nice. That's awesome. I'm very glad. Congratulations on your Friday then. All right, let's just run these ads, get them out of the way. Okay, there we go. Ads are in. Right. Just gotta let them ban Friday boy right now. Hi, Fire. Welcome. I hope you're doing good. Are you recovered? I haven't asked recently, but have you recovered from your food poisoning? Hi, Konstantin. Welcome. Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. Envy is such an ugly feeling. I'm fully recovered. Yes, awesome. Glad to hear that. Hi, Rhiannon. Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you so much for being here today. Welcome in. I just want to get these ads out of the way so I can get started on things. Oh my gosh. Holy crap, 60 stream streak. That is insane. Thank you so much, Reef. and Fire, of course. Both competing for the biggest stream streak. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm very glad. I was answering the lady. It's okay. It's all good. Don't worry about it. All in good fun. Oh, Rhiannon! Oh my gosh, 50 stream streak. That is, y'all are insane. Thank you so much. I'm at a meager 55. Oh man, 55 is not meager at all. That is insane. Thank you so much. Rick is going to make me vote for Sheik. Don't do that. Don't do that. That sounds like a terrible idea. Oh my gosh. All right. I think everything is ready to go. Yeah. I think we're good. To go. Yeah, ads are in progress, but they'll be off in about 15 seconds. So yeah, eventually I'll get started. I'm going to tackle something different today. I'm going to go through my whole thought process because I had a bit of, yesterday I ended the stream with a lot of problems and a lot of bugs. And I'm kind of dreading what's coming, but I feel like I have to do it. We'll talk about that in a bit. Let me just get these announcements out of the way. Okay. Okay. Post, and post. Nice. Okay. Announcements are out. Cool. Very cool. Jay, now you can talk to Paladin about that sponsorship and show these numbers for viewer retention. True. My Paladin sponsorship is coming. I can just feel it. It's so close. That'd be so crazy though. Can you imagine? I can't even begin to imagine having that. That'd be crazy. Hiya Flair! And happy birthday! I didn't get that wrong, did I think it's your birthday today. Happy birthday! I hope you're having a great day. Thank you. Okay, so I did nail it. Nice. Ice Bear! Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the raid. I am indeed birth. Nice, nice. Congratulations and happy birthday. I hope you have a great day. All right, welcome Ice Bear. Welcome, welcome. Let me give you a shout out real quick. I can okay, I think I typed it correctly. There you go. Welcome in. Thank you so much. How is everything? How did the stream go? How are things going? Hopefully everything is going well. If you want to showcase something, leave something in chat for us to check out. If not, that's totally okay too. But welcome in, welcome in. I appreciate the raid nonetheless. Welcome in. Thanks for the shout out. No problem at all. Least I can do from the raid, of course. Hi, Fresh Meat. Welcome, welcome. Raid from Ice Bear. Our bear is streaking across the ice fields again. We're just the cleanup crew. That's totally fine. That's totally fine. I'm glad the cleanup crew is now here. Welcome in, everybody. Was good. Usually stream GameDev, but today was 13 hours of Overwatch. Oh, okay. I see. All right. Very cool. Glad to hear it. Can I have a shout out as well? Yes. Give me a sec. I don't think I can shout out this quickly though. I think it's gonna. Can I do it? Yeah, I have to wait until I give another shout out. But I'll work on that once the timer is up. Oh, and thank you so much for the stream streak, Ice Bear. Well, thank you. Affiliate anniversary fun. I see. That is so cool. That is awesome. Congratulations on the affiliate anniversary. Yeah, I usually do something fun when I usually don't do affiliate anniversary. What I usually do is stream anniversary. I mean, to be fair, I got affiliate very fast. So technically I can kind of celebrate both at the same time. So yeah, but that's super cool. I'm so glad you're celebrating that. That's super sweet. Yeah, I usually do that too. I usually in December, I usually take a week off, quote unquote, and I just stream fun stuff. I just stream games. I've streamed games that have inspired this game. I've streamed games that I like. I have a few already in line for this year's stream anniversary. It's gonna be fun. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. But I'm very glad. Congratulations on the affiliate anniversary. That is super awesome. It's okay. Spiritual shout outs. Spence just as good. All right, yeah. But I can definitely give you a shout out for sure. Screams Flare. There's your shout out. There you go. Played 3 games made by community members last stream. It was a lot of fun. Oh, that is super cool. Yeah, I did that too. Yeah, last one I did, I also did that. That is super fun. Getting to play, stuff from the community is always super sweet. And it's a pretty great time to get to know the projects of people around the chat. Yeah, it's pretty cool. That is pretty nice indeed. All right, I think I can finally shout out Flair, because Flair's a birthday boy. Happy birthday, Flair. I think I said it already a ton of times, but it's okay. What a present. There you go. No, but seriously, I hope you have a great day. I hope the day is treating you well. I hope you're having a nice celebration, possibly, maybe. Yeah, I hope you have a great day. Yeah, so 13 hours as my eyes cooked, so I have to raid and lurk, but I hope you have a great stream. That's totally fine. Go take care of yourself. You do what you have to do, rest, do whatever you have to. No problem at all. Thank you so much for raiding in and trusting your community with me. Thank you, I appreciate it. And yeah, go ahead. That's totally fine. Thank you so much. Happy birthday, Fleur. No celebration. I'm considering ordering a cake though. Yeah, you should, yeah. Hello, guess who became ill? Oh no, I'm so sorry, Davy Paxoy. That sucks. I hope you recover soon. Yeah, being sick sucks. I'm really sorry to hear that. But welcome in. Welcome in nonetheless. Thanks, Fire. Yeah. So, I don't know if you were here when the stream was over, but I started getting a ton of trouble with buildings. I'm getting a ton of problems with them. And I have come, I mean, I had this realization a while ago, but at the end of stream yesterday, I suddenly realized that my current thoughts about the whole building process, the whole building and construction and everything like that, they're kind of flawed. I want to improve the system. That's going to take a day or two, but I want to make sure that I get this right. So I am not going to tackle buildings for now. I'm going to leave it as is, even with all the errors and the mistakes and everything like that. And I'm going to work on something else today. I am going to take some time, when I'm off stream at night and stuff like that. I am going to get some thoughts together and see if I can improve on the building system to make it kind of like I want to. I want this to be fairly flexible, because the biggest problem right now is when I place a house like this, right? It's very rigid. I would have to. There's a bit of a bunch of problems. The buildings are very rigid, so that means that there's very little player expression when you're building stuff, right? Unless I make a ton of variations, but that is going to be a lot of work, right? Making all these building variations is going to be a ton of work. Oh my gosh. Shani B, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Oh my gosh. Welcome in. Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. Thank you so much for the raid. How did the stream go? How is everything? Oh my gosh. I can't type. Welcome in. Thank you. Thank you so much for the raid. How is the stream? How did the stream go? I hope everything's going well. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome. Thank you so much for raiding in. I appreciate it. Let us know if you have something to share. Feel free to share too. I was just going over the, recent thoughts about the game, because I have a few things that I want to change a little bit. I'll catch up with chat in a bit. Let me just finish this thought then. So the buildings are very rigid. I wanted to make the buildings kind of historically accurate as much as possible, but at the same time, I also wanted to have some player expression for building stuff, right? So that means I kind of want to let this go. I kind of want to let this rigid system go. There are a few options. I'm still considering some of them, but it might involve kind of a hybrid between having this system, this rigid system where you place a building and that's it, and also kind of a free-form building system, kind of like what Dwarf Fortress or RimWorld or all those other games do, right? Where you can basically place stuff along the grid, and by enclosing it you kind of create buildings, along the thing. I am still workshopping it a little bit, so I'm going to leave buildings for now. I'm going to drop that thing until I finally find a thing that I'm 100% confident is good, and then I'll start working on the buildings again. Because I get the feeling that, I'm going to need a bit of a, I'll need a bit of a rework here. But yeah, that is basically it. All right, let me catch up with chat real quick. That is normal, but right now I do not want to do nothing, and I feel like I'm in depression. I see. That really sucks. I'm sorry to hear that, TB Pax. Hopefully things will improve for you soon. Yeah. Reef is here. Time to share art. Yep. I regularly visit a dog monthly. Yeah, for sure. And then Shuddy be rated. There you go. Art is shared. I will take a look at it in a bit. Yeah. I need to sleep. See ya. Take a nice sleep. Take a nice rest, TV Paxway. I hope you feel rest and recovered. Stream it well. I'm making a 3D RPG with MC Escher like wall walking, and I made an ability where one can leap off of one surface and land on another from wall to ceiling. Yeah. Nice. You rated me a while back, but I haven't really checked out your game yet. I see. No, it's totally fine. Don't worry about it. So it's cool. Welcome in. And I can show you a little bit about the game. Yeah. I mean, there's not a lot to show, sadly, because I'm still working on it. But yeah, I can show you a bit about what the game is about. Yeah. Colony sims look difficult to make. They can be a little bit of a mouthful. Yeah. With all the world gen AI and simulation involved. Yes, they can be. I mean, I've been working on this for a while. It's definitely getting to a better place. It's taking some time to get all of this thing working, but I feel like I'm close to being in a state where things are moving along faster, right? I can get the game built faster, but it takes a little bit, as with everything. But yeah, I can show you a little bit about the game. Yeah. So the game is a colony sim. I do put an RPG in there basically because the game started out as a kind of a hybrid, right? You weren't just building your village, but the game was becoming too, let's say, ambitious. Ambitious is probably the best word for it. But I started out having a huge village that you could build, and then you could go out on adventures and go out in the world and do all of that. So I decided to cut all that part for now. I'm going to do that later. And for now, I'm just focusing on the colony building thing. And it's exactly what you'd expect from a colony sim. You can build stuff. You have your villagers right here. You can see them here in the middle, just minding their own business, milling about, and you can tell them to do things. You can, for example, tell them to cut or gather some of these resources. So I can click and drag here to tell them to get all of this stuff. And they'll start working on whatever you tell them to. The difference here being that I am doing this. Most colony sims are, what's the word? They're kind of, they're in real time. That's the word that I was looking for. Most colony sims are in real time. This one, I'm trying to experiment with turn-based colony sims. So basically, you set your villagers to do, they're going to stay there until you actually pass your turn. And by passing turns, villagers will finish their job and move on to something else. So for example, if I pass a turn here, they'll actually stop what they're doing and move on to other things. So they cut all these trees, and now they're, gathering all the other stuff that didn't manage to do the first turn. And this passes time. So basically, right now, every hour is a turn. And, things happen way too fast. That is still something that I have to tackle. They cut trees. They can just decimate a whole valley in seconds. You can just click this button and everything gets decimated very, very quickly. But yeah, that's mostly it. You can get your villagers to gather things. Then once they finish, they actually go and start picking stuff up and dropping it off here. So I have this little section here in the corner. You can't kind of see it because there's stuff in there. But yeah, it's basically just it's like a drop-off area. The villagers pick up the things that they're in the floor, and they just pile them neatly here in the corner. And after that, you can use these resources to do things. Say, for example, build buildings. For example, I have a house here that I can put. Unfortunately, I'm not going to put it here because it's in the middle of the people. But yeah, I can put the house here, for example. So if I put it here, they'll actually have to clear the space first. I don't have a visual for it. I don't have a visual for you to see that there's a building there. That's also something I need to work on. But yeah, basically you've got the villagers are now cutting the space or gathering the resources so that there's space to build on that place. And after we take everything out, we can now use other villagers to go around and start constructing that specific building. And it'll take some time. Usually, I've got these debug valleys right now. They build super fast. You only need 3 people working for 1 hour for a building to get constructed. So after a turn, the house is built and it exists. I have also this layering system where you can see inside of the house. The idea is that these houses are actually playable interiors, so villagers can go in and you can see them, doing their daily lives and stuff. And eventually the building will be filled with furniture, their beds, all of that stuff, right? That's the idea anyway. And right now, I've also made a system where you can also plant crops. So I can designate a little area here in the corner, and they'll start planting wheat. Right now, there's only wheat, but there will be other crops in the future. And they'll get started, and they'll come over, and they'll start planting this little section with wheat. And then the wheat will grow, and then it can get harvested. All the stuff that you'd expect from a colony sim of this nature. So yeah, that's it. Now they're finished, so they'll go back to mining. Being idle over there in the middle of the village, and eventually you can pass a lot of hours at once. That's the beauty of this kind of system. Most colony sims, you have to wait a long time for stuff to happen. My experimentation with this whole turn-based colony sim business is that you can actually, in the dead zones where you want stuff to get done, but your villagers have their own lives, so it takes time for them to do things. You don't have to wait for stuff to get done. You can just skip, quote unquote, and up to the part where you want it to. So for example, we can pass a whole day like this, and a new day has passed. Stuff has grown. The trees have grown. Everything has changed a little bit, and it's still not fully grown. This takes around 2 days to mature, I think. So let's pass another day. Like this. Oh, it's still not enough. Okay, it's close. Okay, let me just pass one more day and it should be okay. There you go. Okay, now it's fully grown. So now we can actually use the same tools that we had previously to just designate this whole thing to be harvested. And now they'll go around and start harvesting all this wheat. So if I pass a few hours here, it's now complete. So now someone's going to pick all this up and it's going to drop it off in this little corner where there's the drop-off area. And there you go. That's it. That's the game as it is right now. It is still, it still needs a lot. There's still a lot of stuff to do, but it's getting to a point where it actually feels like there's sort of like an ecosystem happening. It's a lot. It's definitely a lot. There's a lot of stuff happening behind the scenes here, but yeah, that's mostly it. That's the game. That's the thing. It sounds like a good approach. Colony sim with regimented time steps. Because I really like colony sims, and I've played a ton of them, and I like pretty much all of them. But I've always had this idea of, what if I made a colony sim where I don't have to wait for stuff to happen, right? Where I can skip over the boring bits, right? Because usually when you're making a colony sim, you kind of want to build something. You want to build a village, and stuff, grows as you get more resources and more villagers and all of that. So I thought, okay, how do I do this? How do I make a colony sim that you can actually you don't have to go through the slog of waiting for stuff to happen, right? What if I make a turn-based and have that be faster, and I don't have to, because even sometimes with fast forward systems, even that can feel slow at times, depending on how big your projects are. So yeah, basically that's it. I'm trying to a little something here and see if I can actually make it work. Probably makes it easier to think about. It is a different beast altogether. It's definitely it's still challenging, but it's challenging in a different way. Um, it definitely has a different mindset, for sure, for sure. Good afternoon, Miss Rena, another younglings. Hi, Harukanen. Welcome, welcome. I hope we're doing good. Welcome in, welcome in. But yeah, that's it. I had this whole system. Unfortunately, I can't show it anymore because all of these systems are absolutely broken because I haven't touched them in months and months. But if eventually, or the original idea is that you have this village, right? You have this whole thing that you're building, but you could actually leave and explore a wider world. So right now we're right here, and that view that we were on previously is kind of a micro view of this whole world that exists right here, right? And the idea is that eventually, or I had a few builds of the game where there were actually other villagers that existed, and you could actually visit them or attack them if they were your enemies. They would attack you back, but eventually it was becoming so complex that I wanted to deliver something. So in that case, I just decided, okay, I am just going to pick this up and I am going to just focus on something and make it the best I can and then work on other things, right? So yeah, that's what we're at right now. I cut all that stuff off. So there's no villager, there's no other villages, there's no combat. There's basically nothing is working anymore. You just have your village and that's it. So I'm going to have to make this, and yeah, eventually I'll expand this to more stuff. Cause that's the thing. In most colony sims, up to a certain point, you kind of go into this lull of just managing your colony, your village, right? My idea would be to turn that a bit upside down. So as you get to the end game, you can still manage your village as much as you want, right? If you want to do that, you're free to do that. But I wanted to give more of a progression feeling. In the beginning, you'd be more in this village view. You'd be micromanaging your village more closely. But then as time goes by and as your villagers kind of go into, they become you become more accustomed to what they're doing, and, they become more proficient in what they're doing. The idea would be that you could leave your village to their own devices and they could manage on their own. And eventually you could just go out and just explore, find ancient ruins, combat, your enemies, trade with other villages, see stuff around the world, stuff like that, basically. It was a way to make it a bit more interesting. But, that's all cut for now. That's something that will happen in the future, but not now. In RimWorld, the only colony sim I've played, I suppose part of what makes it slow is responding to events and putting out fire, so to speak. Yeah, for sure. Feel like I have to split my games a bunch of directions sometimes. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. And then some goals fall by the wayside. Yeah. It depends a lot on how you play these games, right? Of course, no player will, two colony sim players will have vastly different ways of playing a game, and they'll want different things from a colony sim. Some are more construction oriented. Some are more combat oriented. Depending on how the colony sim goes, right? Colony sims can be a multitude of things. But yeah, it definitely has depending on how you play it, you can feel a bit of the way things go in different ways than you'd expect, and then you get kind of frustrated. But yeah, hopefully this goes somewhere. I like the system, and so far I've been testing it out and everything, and yeah, it seems fine, but I still have to test it with other people. I can't just I have to do a playtest for this, but that's going to be later. I am going to do that in the near future. I'm working very hard to make a kind of like an initial demo / playtest, and I want to see what people tell me as feedback, basically. Yeah. Power company hates me. 5th power outage this week. Ew. Yeah, that really sucks. I'm sorry to hear that, Reef. That is terrible. I feel like a colony seems a thread the line on RTS, so a turn-based system is an interesting concept. Hiya, Freddy Confetti. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I mean, I'm mostly doing this because I wanted to see what would change. I don't know if it's going to work. It might be that it's, it might be a bad idea. But so far, I think it's okay. I just have to, have some more feedback and see if it actually resonates with Colony Sim players and other players who are not Colony Sim players. Because I don't know, maybe sometimes you like to manage a village, but the fact that it's in real time can be overwhelming for some people. Maybe a system like this where you can pause at any time and you can just issue orders and not have to worry about time. Maybe something like this could make those people enjoy Colony Sims a bit more. I don't know. Who knows? We're going to find out. How did you end up implementing the grid? Oh, the grid here. It's very simple. I can show you. It's not anything special, and there's probably a better way to do it, but you know how it goes. Let me see if I can show you. Oh, shader editor. Here we go. I can make floating. Ah, oh, beautiful. Look at that. It's super simple, actually. There's probably a better way to do this, to be fair. I have two major sections. I have the grid, which is like every single cell visible, right? And then I have what I call the chunk, which is this bigger one right here. So what I do is just I check if the position that I'm at right now is within the thickness of the line that I want. And then I kind of multiply what the color is on that specific tile, and I darken it a little bit, basically. It's super simple. There's not much to it at all. I wonder if there's a mathematical way of doing stuff like this. I did it with a bunch of if-elses, but I'm fairly certain that if-elses are not very, what's the word? They're not supposed to be used a lot in shaders. You're supposed to be a bit more mathy other than if-elses. But I'll have to see if I can manage to make this into a mathematical formula of sorts. I don't know how I would do that, but yeah. Basically, this is what I came up with. Eventually, I might improve on this as I go. But yeah, it's mostly just that. It's just this. I get the world position from the vertex part of the shader, and then I use that in the fragment to determine the positioning of everything. Yeah, that's mostly it. Super simple. Playtests are great. Good luck on the playtestable build goal. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot to do. I have a bunch of stuff I want to cram into the game until I get to a playable state. But yeah, I'm feeling well about it. I think I can get to a point where I can deliver on at least if it's not very if it doesn't have a lot of content, at least it will be enough of a cycle that people can have fun with it. We'll see. We'll see. Zordom Extreme, welcome in. Bom dia. Muito bom dia. Hello, I hope you're doing good. If your game makes sense to casuals, then you might have something special. We'll see. Yeah, I don't know if that might be a thing. I am just making the type of game that I would like to play. I really like turn-based games, especially turn-based RPGs. So I kind of wanted to make something that could feel like a turn-based RPG, but also a turn-based colony sim, and they would kind of intermingle and be part of the same system, right? That would be, that'd be it, basically. But yeah, hopefully people like it. I don't know. We'll see how that goes. I Isogenesis. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. I am trying to read it and I'm making it worse every time. Welcome in. Welcome in. Isn't such a system actually common in Coliseums, being able to pause and queue orders? Fairly sure that Dwarf Fortress has that. No, yeah, there is the ability to do that in most Coliseums. Yeah, for most Coliseums you can do that. But in this case, the difference would be that you can take your time to make decisions, although you can pause to make decisions in those kinds of games, right? So there would be that. It's just a different way of doing time management, I'd say. Because on stuff like Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld and all of those kinds of games, your control over time is pretty dependent on things happening in a certain order, right? You have to let time pass to get to a point where you want. Whereas here, because everything is simulated fairly fast and there's less of a concern about the physicality of it, I can pass time faster. I don't have to physically move entities along so that things happen, right? It's a bit different in terms of time management in that way. But yeah, you could definitely do that. You can definitely do something like that for sure, for sure. Aha, it is on the tiles themselves. Yeah, initially I had this whole what do you call it? I'm gonna say it's kind of a filter. It was kind of a filter on top of the camera that you could see the grid within. But then eventually I thought, wait a minute, what if I put this on the tile map, right? And it just worked. So, all good. It's all happening pretty well. It turned out pretty good. I'm really happy with this grid. I might want to improve it a little bit more. Maybe a few people have suggested that I make it visible only around where the mouse is, which, could be a nice thing to add. But yeah, for now, we'll just keep things simple. It's just this. You can toggle it off. I made that too. So if you click the G key, you can actually toggle it on or off if you don't like seeing it, which is fair. But yeah. Fruits of the labor of yesterday, basically. They must all enjoy, or else gaming will continue until enjoyment exists. True, very true. Because actual RimWorld is hell inaccessible. Basically, it needs something to teach you how to play the game, which mods to install, etc. It is. I believe that colony sims, in a way, are inherently complex beasts, right? So, because of their open-ended nature and their complexity, it's really hard to onboard people onto them. I think that's going to happen no matter what you do. I don't think this game is going to be any easier on that front. It's just going to make time passage a bit more flexible. It's a different kind of passage of time. Because usually in most real-time colony sims, you actually need characters to go from A to B for stuff to happen. Over here, I'm simulating that. When a character, when I tell a character to cut this tree, for example, when I do this, the character that goes to do it, it's nighttime. The character that goes ahead and starts doing it, I don't necessarily... I am animating it, but I don't care a lot about the minutia of having the villager go from point A to point B, which in real-time colony sims would be something that would be you'd need to do that, right? To maintain the whole physically accurate aspect of it. You want your character to go from point A to point B. Over here, I'm just simulating it. It's a different kind of simulation altogether. It's more concerned with results. It's more concerned with the overall things that they are doing, other than making sure that it's all physically accurate, right? It's kind of that, basically. Any playtesters in chat? Hopefully, yes. My shades became fragments after being dropped on the road. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Hi, Abby. Welcome. hello. I hope you're doing good. Oh, and Nex is here too. Welcome in, everybody. I hope you're doing good. Welcome in. Hello. Hope things are good. Ooh, Nex coming in with 10 stream streak. Thank you so much, Nex. Thank you so much. Boomba. Boomba. Let time pass, then Zawardo to decide what to do next. True. Yes. You know it's like that. 50 fragments of the shades. Exactly. You gotta have fragments in your shades. 50 of them specifically. Yeah, but turns out this is probably not the best way to do it. That there's probably a mathematical formula to crunch all of this into a few lines of code instead of doing all this if-else business. But for now I'll leave it like this, and then I'll improve it later. It is what it is. So yeah, that's all there's to it. And I really like the way the grid looks. Kind of chunky. It's kind of thick, but I'm okay with that. It looks nice. I dig it. And the fact that I can turn it off so that eventually when the tiles in the ground look a bit better, I want to turn off the tiling or the grid so that the it looks a bit better. Right now it looks too rigid because I don't have any transition tiles. But yeah. Eventually we'll see if this sticks. But right now, I like the novelty of having the grid on. I don't know. Will the grid stay? I kind of like it, at least to plan the village layout. A lot of people yesterday in chat have actually told me that maybe I should keep it up while you're putting out buildings. So say, I'm going to manually do this. It doesn't happen like this, but say you're doing it like this, right? You've got no grid, there's nothing. You just see the villagers going about their business and everything's fine. But once you're trying to put on a building, it would actually toggle on and you'd be able to use the grid to kind of plan whatever you're doing, right? That would be something that could, potentially help place the building. And after you place it, you can just toggle it off. Something like that. If this could also be an option, but we'll see. We'll see how that goes. But for now, yeah, you can toggle it on or off, and it'll stay on or off. And that's it, basically. Also, there's an error here. What is this? Oh gosh, I have this error since yesterday. I did a bunch of changes yesterday. I have this error now, and I have no idea. I have no idea what's going on here. But okay, anyway. Make it 3 options. Hiya, Dyra. Hiya, Dyra. Welcome. Dio. Dio Iria. Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. Grid always, never, smart. Yeah, something like that. Hiya, Sharper Guy. Welcome. Yeah, but something like that would be possibly, would possibly work for sure. Yeah. Yes. Wizard boy. Wizard pool boy is in the house. Godot Dio. Yes, indeed. Dio Iria. Oh, is that what it's supposed to mean? Your pick? All right, I'll just call you Dio. Is that okay? Yeah, Dio. Dio is okay, or Dio. Yeah, Dio is fine. Welcome in, everybody. But yeah, I just before everybody came in, I was talking about the whole building system. I've come to realize that this whole building system is kind of rigid. The fact that I have to just put a house like this, it's kind of rigid. And I am hoping in the future, in the very near future, so, in the next few days, I wanted to come up with a better way of planning and putting buildings in the game. So my idea would be to turn this into a less rigid system. Instead of you just building a house like this, you'd be able to do kind of like a freeform construction system, kind of your dwarf fortresses, your rim worlds, you'd be able to place everything block by block, and then it would create structures out of that. I don't know how this is going to work yet. I've got a few ideas because I want the buildings to be fairly historically accurate, or at least I want to give the player the possibility of creating historically accurate buildings, right? But I don't know how that's going to happen yet. I have been researching, and I think I've got a good idea down, but I want to test first. So we'll see. Because I'm getting a lot of problems with buildings. A lot of problems. It is unending. It's just everywhere, and it's kind of driving me insane. So, we're just gonna postpone the whole building business until I figure out exactly what I want to do with them, and then I'll come back to buildings. Possibly either, I don't know if I'm going to start this week, but it definitely is something to start on next week. It will improve a lot of things, mostly also in terms of art. That means I would have to do less art if I do a building system like the ones I was trying to tackle. But we'll see. We'll see how that goes. It's going to be, it's going to, Now I can't unsee it. I know. It's just Dio. Dio is cool. It's cool. I mean, is also here. Oh my god. For a while, I had someone named 2 Pound Dump showing up in my chat. Wait, seriously? Damn. That is crazy. Did I hear you say refactor? I'm not sure if it's going to be a refactor. Because the system is mostly the same as what I have right now. The only difference would be, instead of a building being a solid thing, just a thing that you place somewhere, and it just creates the building out of nothing. The idea would be that buildings would be blocks, basically. So you'd have to build one piece at a time. I also thought of a way to just do stuff like this, say, create a whole building immediately, right? Without having to design every smaller piece. But that's for later. That's another thing that I'm considering, but we'll see. We'll see how that goes. But it's not too different from the system I have now. The only difference is I will no longer have this whole template just plopped in there. And I would have to do piece by piece. But we'll see. Be right back anyway. That's totally fine. The Game of Theseus. Oh yeah. It's the Game of Theseus. It's time to refactor the code. Yes. And when you think the game's done, she'll recreate it in her own engine. Don't tempt me. No, I'm just kidding. I like Godot. I think Godot is fine. Godot has served me very well so far, and I don't see a reason to change. I'm good. This is like me playing Factorial. Satisfactory. This is too much. Let me start over. Stop, don't. Yeah, I mean, no. The whole building system, the way I envision it, it's not going to be that different from what I have right now. The only difference would be the way art is set up in the game. Because the buildings themselves are still going to be the same thing. It wouldn't be that different. The only difference would be, you wouldn't get houses fully formed just by a click, right? You'd have to do all the smaller pieces. But I have been thinking about a system to do, a full house where you could just click and drag. For example, you say, I want to build a house, for example, and you click and drag the size you want the house to be, and it would kind of adapt to that. But that's for later, because that might be a bit more complex. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I still have to weigh my options because the system I have right now is definitely not working. Some of this stuff is just not working as it should. And I'm getting a lot of problems because of it. So yeah, I'm going to have to rethink the way I'm doing this. If push comes to shove, I'll just keep this system and try to improve it. But I feel like this system is too rigid in a way. So yeah, I'm trying to think of ways to improve the system while making it easier for me to create content for the game. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. But today I'm going to leave the buildings behind. I'm going to have a few errors, which is kind of sad. I wanted to avoid errors as much as possible. But yeah, I'm going to leave the buildings aside until I find a good setup. And then I'm going to come back to them. So yeah, that's the plan. Today I'm going to work on villager skills. So basically right now, what I have is, if, say, I tell the villagers to gather all of this, they all have the same kind of thought process. There is no variation. They will start cutting trees, then they will gather herbs, then they will cut stones. There is literally no variation. I wanted villagers to be a bit more intelligent is not the right word. I wanted them to be more, let's say, unique, right? I want each villager to have their own independent way of looking at the world and doing stuff, right? So what I want to do is I want to have skills for all of these things. So say gathering herbs and crops would be, I don't know, plant gathering or something like that. And then you'd have mining and wood cutting. And depending on their skills, they would actually prioritize work of that nature, of the skills that they have the highest amount of, just so that we have some variation. And it's not immediately apparent that everyone is just going for the trees, right? Each villager would try to prioritize stuff that they're better at in a way. So yeah, that's what I'm going to try to work on today. And hopefully I'll be able to tackle it fairly fast. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, that's the idea. I just remembered that you moved and still placed the desks in a way that Wizard Boy needs to cross the cam. Yeah, we managed to keep the layout of the room pretty much the same, which is nice. Yeah, I think he likes the attention. No, it's just the way we had a setup in the other house, and in the new house we've got the same setup. That's basically it. We like the setup as it was back then, so we just recreated it in this room. And they all go for rocks because they want to get stoned. Exactly. No, but that's the thing. They all have this pretty fine pattern of things that they do. I want them to be a little less rigid. I want them to be a bit more unique in that way. You know, each villager will try to prioritize things that they're better at. So instead of having this where they just go on a line by line basis, it just makes them a bit more, you know, have more of an inner thought, basically. Oh my gosh, Dev Girl! Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the raid. Holy crap, so many people. Hi everybody. Let me give you a shout out real quick. Oh my goodness. Welcome in. Okay, there you go. Welcome in. Oh my gosh, hi everybody. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a nice stream. I hope everything's going well. And thank you so much for coming in, everybody. Big raid. Yes, it's a big raid. Hi everybody. I hope you're doing good today. Thank you so much for stopping by. And oh my gosh, thank you so much for all the follows. Holy crap. Welcome in, everybody. Well, to anybody who's new here, hi, name's Joanna. I'm a game developer and I'm currently working on this colony sim. You've got all your villagers and they gather resources, they build things, they just do all of the stuff, basically. And I am going to work on villager thought processes today. Yeah. Have an amazing stream. I have to go. That's totally fine. That's totally fine. Thank you. Thank you so much for reading in. That is super cool. Thank you so much. And yeah, go take care of yourself. I know that sometimes when people have to raid and they have to go immediately, that's totally fine. Take care of yourself. Thank you so much for being here and for raiding in and trusting your audience with me. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome in, everybody. Idle game? It's not an idle game. It started out as one, but it's not an idle game. You do have some control over what happens. So I can show you the game from the very beginning, because the one I was showing had already a few changes to it. But basically, you start out with pretty much nothing, right? The villagers are here. Well, they're kind of obscured by the trees, but we can get rid of that. Let's just get rid of the trees. Yeah, you got your villagers. You started kind of like in a barren field. They're shy. Exactly. They're very, very shy. And you can actually task them to do things. So right now they're not doing anything. So you can actually tell them to gather stuff around them. Say, for example, you want to gather these trees over here. And you click and drag like this, and they'll go around and start working on that. So every resource that is fully grown, that's the thing right now, they'll start gathering it. So they'll mine stones, they'll cut trees, they will gather herbs and wheat and everything around. Everything that is fully grown, they'll start and they'll gather it. And after a little time, you'll have resources to use. So right now, some of them have moved on to other resources that are around and that need gathering, and others are just gathering those resources and putting them in this corner right here that you cannot see. So let me get this out of the way. There is this corner right here where there is this kind of like a resource storage area. So this villager right here, she's moving around, collecting everything from the floor and gathering it so that she can then drop it off right here in this little storage area. And, that's basically it. After they've done things, what happens? They usually stay idle. Unless there's something to do, they will stay idle. You can see them here, right? They usually hang out in these center spaces. But yeah, they'll usually, no, she's dropping off the resources here. And then you can use these resources to do things. Right now, there's not a lot to use them on. That's still something to work on. But you can build stuff. So for example, I can set them to build a house. There's a house right here. We can click on it. And we can place it anywhere. And they will have to take some of the resources out. Sometimes they will have to clear the terrain for the house to get built. And after the terrain is cleared, they will actually take the time and start constructing. So right now they're clearing space. After the space is cleared, they'll move stuff out of the way because, they leave some resources in the ground. So that they have to get that out of the way. And after they do that, you can actually start constructing. So after you get this villager to get stuff out of the way, you'll see that some of the villagers are going to go up here and they're going to start building. Yeah, there they go. And they've started. Right now, there is not a lot of visual feedback. I need to work on that. Right now, they're just hacking away at something invisible, which is kind of silly. But that is something that I want to do shortly. But after a little time, there you go. We got a little house. And you got layers, of course, to see. So you can see the inside of the house and also the, all the layers, all the walls, everything. There's levels to it. And yeah, I am currently working on this. So this is the very basics, right? You can then build more stuff and have your villagers gather more things. Right now, there's not a lot to do with it. That's what I'm working on. I am working on ways for villagers to use resources, but also to, construct other things other than this house. But that is something that I'm going to work on in the future. That's still a work in progress, basically. But yeah, that's basically it. That's the game as it is right now. This reminds me of Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, people do say that a lot. Yes, either that or RimWorld, and I can totally see why. Right? It is in the same genre, so it is very much similar in that regard. Yeah. Oh, MD-ish, hi, welcome in. Can we change level with the wheel mouse? Not right now. That is something that I could probably do at some point. But yeah, right now you can only do that through these little buttons. But yeah, I could definitely. I haven't worked on input a lot yet, but that is something that I want to improve as we go. Get the players a few ways to manipulate the worlds faster. But yeah, I can definitely see that being a way to do that for sure. Rim Fortress of Empires. True. That is very true. Hi, Bubble Dobsy. Welcome in. Good afternoon. I hope you're doing good. Welcome in, everybody. But yeah, that's basically it. Is there a combat element to this, actually? There was previously, but the game was becoming too complex and it was taking too long. So I actually had to cut it. There was a time, if I click combat now, I think it's just going to completely break. It just breaks because combat is not, let me just snooze this. I can snooze once. Okay, there we go. There was combat in it. It's basically turn-based combat with your villagers, right? Each villager would be a unit in a turn-based combat scenario. But I actually had to not exactly scrap it, but just turn it off because it was becoming too complex and I wanted to have something polished and ready to go. And I decided to just focus on the village building for starting. But yeah, there will be turn-based combat eventually, Solo game or co-op PvP planned? No co-op or PvP planned as of yet. I could see that maybe at a certain point happening, but no plans for that as of yet. For now, it's a solo game. It's a single player experience. But we'll see. We'll see how things develop. But yeah, that's mostly it. I've seen most of what there is to see of the game at this point. And I am, every day I add new things. Most of the stuff, some of the stuff that you're seeing right now has been done, I don't know, last week or something like that. It's very much a game in progress, let's say. But yeah, that's mostly it. Yeah. Hi, Captain Redstone. Welcome. Gonna go. See you, baby, later. Have fun, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, we'll see you. I'll see you around. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. And have a great rest of your day. Thank you. But yeah, that's mostly it. That's the game as it is right now. That's all there is. And today I'm gonna work on villagers. Right now they're very strict. They have this. I was explaining that just before the raid came in. Villagers right now have a very rigid decision pattern. They cut trees, then they gather herbs, then they mine stones. It's very a pain by the numbers thing. I want villagers to be a bit more independent. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set these villagers with different skills, and I want them to make decisions based on the skills that they have, right? So say, for example, someone is very good at wood cutting, then yeah, those kinds of villagers would prioritize cutting wood. But if someone is better at stone mining, for example, maybe they would try to mine stone before cutting wood. Stuff like that, right? It's just an experiment to see how that would go. But yeah, that's what I'm going to work on. That's going to be the current thing that I'm going to try to do. Hopefully it won't take too long, but we'll see. We'll see how that goes. What kind of wood cutting villager would cut wood? I mean, the kind of wood cutting villager that would cut wood because their wood cutting is, on the cutting edge. I don't know. I don't know, man. But yeah. Okay. Let me just get some of this out of the way. Yeah. Any Twitch integration? Name NPCs with chat usernames? I can definitely see something like that. I definitely want to add some Twitch integration to the game. Basically because, I am building this game directly on Twitch. So, it would be a nice nod to the fact that this game was built as during streams on Twitch. I definitely want to add some Twitch integration for sure. I don't have anything done in that regard yet. But yeah, that is definitely something I'm considering for sure, for sure. How much wood would a woodcut cut if a woodcut could cut wood? I don't know. A lot of wood. Yeah. Nothing because woodcut is on paper. you know, could be, could be. And you get banned if your villager gets eaten by a wild animal. True, true. Yeah. There's got to be consequences. But be prompted to mod if your villager kills a Roman. Yes, yes. That sounds like a good idea. I like it. I like it. I like it. Yeah. if your villager manages to do some epic feats, yeah, they would definitely get promoted. I like that idea. Oh man. But yeah, I'm gonna work on villager. Whatchamacallit? I call them minds, but it's basically their decision making process. Yeah. Oh, also, ads are going to start. Unfortunately, I can't snooze this anymore. I don't have any more snoozes, sadly. But I will take a quick break. Ads are going to start in about 40-ish seconds. I usually take a quick, short break while the ads are playing. Then I come back and I keep going. So, yeah, that's going to happen very, very soon. I have a very good friend in Rome. Calm down, Elmer. Calm down. Are they supposed to be Gauls? They're supposed to be Iberians. It's a kind of a similar Celtic root to Gauls, but it's similar but different. Let's just call it that. Yeah. Iberia instead of France. Yeah, exactly. This is supposed to be in the Iberian Peninsula instead of France. But who knows? I can put Gauls in. They're fairly adjacent and they're fairly close. So who knows? All right. I will take a quick break because the ads have started. But yeah, I will be back in a few minutes. And I hope you stick around so we can get started on this thing. Get started on these villagers. So I'll see you then. Pew. Hello, everybody. I'm back. All right. Let's get these villagers working, shall we? In more ways than one. Yeah. Okay. Chat's all good. Thank you so much for the follows, everybody. There's been so many of you. Thank you. Thank you so much for the follows. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Welcome in. All right. Let's get these villagers working for a little bit. Okay. I have the villager mined. Oh, thank you. Thanks so much for the follows. Thank you. All right, I have the villager mine right here. As you can see right now, they have a very rigid set of orders to tasks. So they cut trees, then they gather herbs, then they mine minerals, then they gather crops. You know, it's very paint by the numbers. What I want to do is I want to make this be a bit more dynamic. So depending on the skills they have, they should be able to make decisions as to what they do first, right? So if you're better at cutting wood, yeah, you would cut trees first. But if you're better at mining, then maybe you should mine minerals first. That sort of thing, right? So we're gonna tackle that. But to do that first, we'll need to have skills for our villagers. And right now there's not enough skills for them. I have melee and ranged because the game started out with combat. But I want to add a few new ones. So let's start adding wood cutting. Plant harvesting, I guess. And let's mining. Let's add these for now, and eventually we'll add more to this as we go. Okay. After that, I need to actually add these to the villagers. So let me go. I think it's not on the architect. It's in the culture data, I think. Yeah, entity creator. Here we go. This is what I want. Okay, let's go over to our creator here. And usually I gave them skills right down here. Yeah, stuff like this. I want to change this a little bit. I am going... So let's say right now, okay. Let's do a skill total kind of thing. Let's say it starts at 200. And then what I want to do, well, okay. I'm going to comment this and I'm going to do this some other way. So comment this one. And I'm going to do that here. So I am going to basically randomize their starting skills. And the way I'm going to do that, do I have a random generator here? Okay, I can use this random. Okay, so let's say random range from 0 to 2. And then, okay, while skill total is greater than 0, we're just going to add experience to our villagers based on a random number, right? So let's see. Skill type is going to be this switch. So, okay. Default, we'll just make it wood cutting. Or maybe we'll put it in melee. Sure. Let's do that. Yeah, default should be melee. Okay. Right. So 0. Let's make it wood cutting. Oops. So 0 is wood cutting, plant harvesting for 1, and mining for 2. Okay. So now what we want is we pick up this skill type and we add our experience to it. So we add skill type. We'll take, say, 10 of experience out of it. So we'll add 10 here. Or maybe... Yeah, let's do it 10 by 10. Yeah. So skill total, take 10 out of it. And after that, at the end of this, we should have skills in our characters. You know, all fair and good. I just want to see if this does it correctly, but we should be okay with this. That should be fine. Okay, let's give it just a little spin and see if this works. It should, but we'll see if anything flies. Okay. Oh, right. I should. Let's put a breakpoint here. It doesn't create them immediately, does it? Yeah, it creates them right now. Okay, good. Okay, so let's see. At the end of this, we've got 19 in woodcutting, 100 in plant harvesting, and 10 in mining. Right? Seems simple enough. Okay, that's what. So eventually, we want to use these to make our decisions in our mind, right? But that's for later. Okay, so we got it going on. Hi, Adori. Welcome. If anything flies, then it's a pig. Possibly. Who knows? I wanted to add. Okay. Okay, let's just add this here, just so I can tweak this if I want to. Yeah, if I want to tweak it, then I can do that. What's the skills thing? So right now, every villager has the same decision pattern. Right now, if I open our, let me just pin this so I don't forget it. Actually, let me close some of these. Yeah, that'll do. So right now, if I go over here to a villager will basically make decisions very rigidly, right? First, they'll try to cut trees, then they'll gather herbs, and they'll mine minerals, all that sort of stuff. What I'm trying to do is I want their decision making to be determined by the skills that they have. Say, for example, that someone is better at mining. They will then prioritize mining tasks instead of just cutting trees all the time. First, right? They'll eventually get to the trees, but because they're better at mining, they will consider mining tasks first. Basically, that's it. That we're trying to make the villagers a bit more independent and not have the same thought process for every single one of them. But yeah, that's mostly it. All right, let's pin this. I need to pin this, if you please. Okay. So yeah, I'm adding new skills for them because of that. Villagers just love miners. Exactly. Hi, Celia. Welcome. I hope you're doing good. Welcome in. Even if the forest is nearer than the mines, at least in this example. Yeah, I mean, eventually I don't have the concept of distance at this point. But yes, eventually they would also prioritize closer tasks. Yeah. But I don't have that as of yet. Right now, it's just everything takes an hour, which is not, ideal. I want tasks to take more than that. But yeah, eventually they will also take into account how close the task is. Yeah. At a certain distance, they will actually move on to tasks that are closer instead of the ones that they're best at. Yeah. Just a little tired. I see. I hope you rest well then. I hope you have a nice rest so that you can feel less tired eventually. Welcome in, Celia. Welcome. But yeah, that's what we've started on. So now what I need to do is just check for this and make decisions based on these values. Yeah. Everything takes an hour. That made me flinch. I'm not done with my story points yet. I see. Yeah, but right now, I do have an inner system that kind of keeps track of the time, but I've basically made all my actions take just 1 hour. So if you look up here, this hours to finish, usually it's always 1. I'm not calculating the number of hours it takes to finish this sort of thing. But yeah, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Eventually I'll take time into account. Trying to get into VGen has felt like a waste of time. VGen is a website for commissions, by the way. Okay, gotcha. I never heard of that one. But you basically need someone to vouch for you. Okay. But do you have someone, or are you trying to find someone to vouch for you? Is that it? Okay, now that we got our skills, we need to determine the highest of our skills. So let's see. I do not have someone. I didn't knew I needed one. Okay, gotcha. So yeah. Okay, let's do something then. I need I don't want a dictionary. Because I want to sort these skills based on their value. But to do that, I'll need, give me a minute. Because when I add them here, I think this is a dictionary, isn't it? Yeah, it's a dictionary. And yeah, sorted dictionaries are usually by the key, not by the value. But in this case, we want to sort by the value instead. Okay. I'm gonna try to. Okay. So what we want here, I don't have a constructor for this, do I? Oh, right. I need to import this. Forgot about that. Okay. So what we'll do here is our entity skill data. We're going to clear it first. And then for each oh, right. I need the skills for this entity. So okay. Entity component skills, right? So this would be entity data, get component skills. There we go. Okay. Yes. So key and skill experience is going to be value. There we go. There. Now I need to sort this. Sort. Exactly. Yes, that's exactly what I need. Okay. Uh, okay. Right. That should do. Yeah. Still not getting any commission work. Ugh, I'm sorry to hear that. I tried to get on VGen once, eventually gave up. You have that other one with the green logo. What was it again? Fiverr? Ah, right. I mean, yeah, if you can't get into that, can always try if you're up to it. Now, we've got our skills sorted out. Now, depending on how each one goes, so, okay. For each, now, we're going to check this skill itself, and we're going to use tasks for that. So here's what we're going to do here. We're going to keep this as a fallback. It's not supposed to. Okay. This will keep as a fallback, but this should be the one that does the whole thing, right? Oh, also, I need a construction. I totally forgot about that. Construction. What else? What else can they do? Carrying? I guess. What else? I think that's it, right? Let's see. Wood cutting, plant gathering, mining, plant gathering. It's planting, but I'll call that plant gathering too. Or maybe no, maybe I should have one for. Maybe I should have one for plant. Well, plant planting, but you know, carrying and construction. Okay, we'll keep it like this for now. That's fine. So let's make it to 4. So 3 is going to be construction and 4 is going to be carrying. Okay. For now, this will do. It's not perfect, but you know, as one does. Okay. Let's see. Right. So switch skill data, skill type. Exactly. So case wood cutting. We're going to do this. Oh, right. Okay. Just add a 1 to it. Just so they're different. So we just going to have to do this for every single one of them. Yeah. We're just going to do this for every single skill that we've got. So we've got wood cutting. We've got plant harvesting. Plant harvesting. Maybe I should do a. I'm going to put all of them here. But we'll see. I don't know how granular I want to go, actually. But we'll see. Because I could. Yeah, because I have gather crops here. Which I should also. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. We'll keep it like this. I can try to make it a bit more granular in the future, but for now, this will do. Let's have planting at the end. I want them to gather before planting. Okay. That's for plant harvesting. Next. So what else is there? Mining. So mining is going to be this one. Okay. Okay. Construction is next. Construction. We do this. And finally carrying. So carrying is going to be at the very end. I mean, depends, right? Because someone who's very good at carrying will try to prioritize that. That's the beauty of it. Someone who is very good at carrying will definitely prioritize that job instead of other things. Okay. I think that's it. Let's we can just get rid of this whole thing. Yeah, let's comment this bit. Because the ones are kind of bothering me. That's why. These ones are kind of bothering me. Might as well just get rid of them. There you go. Okay, now that's all done. Let's see this in action. So hopefully by doing this, every villager will now prioritize different things based on what they're most skilled at. So let's say I want you to gather all of this stuff. Let's see. Okay, so some are cutting wood, some are gathering herbs, and some are mining, which is perfect. That's exactly what we wanted. Nice. Nice, nice. That's a good start. All right, say for example, I set up a house to build here somewhere. Yeah, they will prioritize this bit. That's okay. Yeah. Get started with that. Ah, okay. So here's one person building and everybody else, because usually building would be something that they would all try to do, right? Right now, there's only one person building. Everybody else is still, working on gathering things. So this means that this specific character is more adept at building. Right now, there's no way to confirm that visually. I could just check the code. What I'm going to do is actually have a portion here somewhere that shows me their skills, shows me the value of their skills. So we're going to work on that next. Hiya, Blinkster. Thank you so much for the hydrate. Cheers. Welcome in. Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. Let me just catch up with chat real quick. Fiverr was my first option, but it changed so much. It doesn't feel like a commission website anymore. It feels like a job website. Ah, okay, gotcha. I've always known it as a side job website. Kinda, yeah. Fiverr was nice to be, but that was pre-agent. Yeah. To me. Okay. You still have OnlyFans? Oh God. I used to think I am set for life working with computers, but I did not appreciate how mankind is able to destroy things thinking they're making progress. It is what it is. Yeah, it's kind of sad to think about, but yeah. Hopefully things will improve before they'll get worse. We'll see. But yeah, let's do that little skill thing. I actually want to make it kind of like a a progress bar of sorts that shows which one is best. That'd be cool. Yeah, yeah. Mankind knew that they cannot change society, so instead of reflecting on themselves, they blamed the beasts. Yeah. All right, let's go over here to Godot. Okay, where is do I have it open? I think it's this. Yes. Okay, let's add a skills. I don't have a skills thing, but I want a skills thing. So give me, yeah, you'll do. Duplicate. Put it after human, maybe? Yeah, after human sounds good. So skills container. Cool. Skills. And now, instead of labels, what I want is, let's add a child node. I want it to be, oh, it's not here. I want it to be a texture progress bar. No, not as a child of, what? No, what are you doing? Like that. There we go. Okay. Okay. Let's say, oh, right. I totally didn't set this up. I need to do that. Do I have a progress bar that I can reuse to this? If not, it's fine. I can just. Under. Over. Progress. Cool. Okay. Let's say that the max value. Oh, also this is rounded. Yes, this is supposed to be rounded. Okay. Wait, you're expanding, but you're not going all the way? Oh, no, wait. That's weird. Okay, tints, we're not going to tint anything. We're going to keep it. Well, I can tint the progress to some decent color, I suppose. What color would be a good fill for this? Kind of like a green. Open me up base sprite. I can get a color from here real quickly. This one. Okay, put it, I don't know, a yellow or something? I don't know. Open me up the palette. What's a yellow? This yellow? Yeah, sure. Why not? That'll do. Yeah, that'll do. It's not perfect, but eventually I'll improve it. I just want it to be functional at this point. I don't know why they're just okay. Let's make max value 200 because right now the maximum that you can do, if you're extremely lucky, 200 is the most you can get. Right? You can get 200 on a single skill, and everything else doesn't get there. So we'll make the max 200. Actually, okay. Add me a horizontal box, H box. Yes. Put the label and the thing. Put the box right after title. So this would be. That looks weird. Okay. Skill name. And then the progress bar. I don't get why you're. Why are you so tiny? You're supposed to be fill. Why are you not? I'm probably doing something wrong here. Let me see. Because you are supposed to, if you're filling, but you're still tiny. You're so tiny. Why are you so tiny? What am I doing wrong? That makes sense. All of this makes sense except the texture progress bar. It's just so tiny. Oh, okay. Makes sense. Okay, okay. How am I supposed to... stretch margin. Here we go. Okay, okay. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. It's very cool. I think it doesn't really matter, does it? It's just a corner, so... Yeah, just make it 1 pixel. It's fine. Yeah, it was maintaining the size of the texture itself. That's why it was so tiny. Okay, that's good. We'll take it. We take those. Cool. Let's add... so, skill 0. Let's add a few more. Yeah. So far we have 5 skills, so we're gonna just use those. That's okay. I'll eventually do... Maybe I should just do that now, actually. Fine. I'll just do that now. I want to keep this into a single item that I can reuse. So let me just... Oh, first of all, take away that. Take away that. You're not supposed to use that script. Take it away. Okay. But I do want... Do I have something here? I don't think I do I? Oh, I do. Yeah, it's right here. All right, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm going to turn this into what should I call this? A skill display entry. Sure. Make this into a scene. Save as scene. Where am I going to put this? Over here should be okay. Scene. UI element. Skill display entry. Yeah. Yeah, that'll do. Okay, so we're going to delete that. And instead, we're going to put it here. So let's attach a script to this. Skills container? Maybe, possibly. What was the other one? Position container. Gotcha. Okay. Let's copy this then. Put it down here. Let's call this the skills container. Skills container. So we'll need what? Title. And nothing else. Yeah, pretty much that's it. Title and... oh, wait, I should have a... give me a control node. Anything will do. let's just call this the, or no, call this the let's put it horizontal, because that's what I do on the other ones, don't I? Yeah, it's definitely horizontal. No, vertical. Iffy box. So this is going to be skill display container. We'll need that too. So title and this basically skill display container. So this is going to be a VBox skill display container, and we don't need anything else, but we do need the scene. So packed scenes, and we're going to packed scene, and we're gonna, what did I call it? Okay. Skill display entry. There we go. Skill display entry packed scene. Cool. Cool. Yeah. Round fight 1. Whose code is that? Guilty Gear Strive. That's an entire complex universe I know nothing about. I just know a few of the characters. I know that Guilty Gear exists, and I know some of the characters, but yeah, I'm not too deep on the lore on that. Yeah. I'm not sure how to read this code in this context at all. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Okay, this is going to be skills on this one. So skills. Code is very literal. Gotcha. Okay, skills. So if it doesn't have skills, then we don't do anything. Okay, title label, we're not going to change that. That's totally fine. We do need the skill display container, though. Let me see. How do I do that on the other ones? Do I just... Oh, I actually have a pool for this. I actually created a pool for it. Makes sense. Makes sense. All right. Let me do something here. What is this? Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Let's add a script to this. UI skill display entry. Yeah. Okay. We don't need any of this stuff. All we need is a few things, which is, well, yeah, I only need this. The rest of it is not needed. Okay. I need the label, which is going to be the, well, this is not the world position, it's the skill name. And then the skill experience progress bar. Okay. This is going to be the skill name label, and then the texture progress bar. There we go. Import this, if you please. Also, put it on the namespace. There we go. Don't need anything else, I don't think. So yeah. Okay, let's create a thing then. Actually, let me just put you here just so I can, yeah. I'll get to you in a bit. Okay, let's create a node pool. But instead of button, it's going to be skill display entry. So this is going to be skill display entry. There we go. I have to create this. I think I do it already. Yeah, it's right here. Actually, can actually just copy that. Okay, so I'm going to put it on skill display container. I'm going to use this packed scene. Skill display. Instead of button, this needs to be skill display entry. again? I heard some jet sounds in my city. Ugh. Yeah, be safe. Not much you can do, I know. Yeah. But hopefully you'll be able to stay safe. Stay away from busy places and public buildings at least. It's pretty bad around there. Hopefully everything's gonna be okay. But yeah. Sadly, things are in a bit of a hectic state right now. Okay, I don't have buttons, so I don't need any of this stuff. But I do need this. Okay. So on update, which is what I'm doing here. Yes. Get rid of all of this. We don't need any of this. Where are you from? TV Paxway is from Turkey. Oh, did I mess it up? I probably messed it up. There you go. Okay. Whoops. These reservations, where are these coming from? Oh, I actually saved it because of the button. I forgot about that. Yeah. Okay. That makes total sense. We'll get to that. So, skill, name, label. Oh, right, yeah. Skill data. This is going to be in our skills. Skills.skills. Intalia Turkey. Yeah, exactly. So this is going to be skill data, a key to string. Oh, right. Dot text, of course. Text there. And item. Progress bar. Dot value is going to be skill data dot value. Okay. Cool. Yeah, we don't have buttons here, so we don't need any of this stuff. We don't need any of this, actually. Because we actually just do set it up. Yeah. Oh, right, the count. Well, that would be, well, this. That should be it. Okay, let's make this into its own file. There we go. And now we can actually attach this to our, save that. Oh, right. No, wait a minute. Compile. Okay, there we go. So name, label, and experience progress bar. There we go. Can close that. We don't need that anymore. Can close this too. Close. Okay, there we go. So display container or skills container. Let's call it that. Let's attach a script. I think I can actually just do this. Where is it? Skills. There. Assign a title label. That will be this one. And a skill display container, which is this. Oh, right. And the display scene. Yeah. That. Okay. Let's see if this works. Let's find out. Okay, I'm going to let them stop for a little bit. Oh, also, let me do this so you guys can see too. Ah, there we go. I mean, it's kind of hard to to check for who is the actual highest because they're not aligned correctly. But I dig that. I think that's pretty cute. I'll need to do this slightly differently, I suppose. Can't do it with a V box, I don't think. Chat sounds not present right now. I heard for 2 minutes and then disappeared. Right. But yeah, let's align these. Don't know how yet, but shouldn't be too difficult. Okay. I need to... Yeah, I need this to have a specific size. Can I do that? I don't think I can I? I can't give it a specific size. Let's see. What kind of other containers could we use here? I could just use... No, yeah, but that's not going to work, I don't think. What I could do... But that's not going to be very nice, is it? In terms of layout? That's going to suck. Wonder if I can force this. I could have a custom minimum size on it. I suppose that could work. Let's say, I don't know. Well, that's kind of way too big, but let's give you 100 of size. And then the rest is space for you. Okay, let's see if that helps out. Ah, okay. That will do. That'll do it. Nice. It looks so cute. Okay. It's not perfect, right? I would need to... I would need to make this look a little prettier at some point, but I dig it. I think it looks very nice. And this way, I can easily tell who is more apt for certain jobs. Nice. This was the jet? Not first flight. Okay. Huh. Okay. Ooh. Someone here actually didn't get... What is it? What are you missing? You don't have any plant harvesting. That's interesting. Yeah, some of them don't have... That was just a stroke of luck, I feel. There is one character here that does not have... Yeah, there's no plant harvesting. There's nothing. It just all went to mining, I guess. Oh, and there's another one too. Yeah, there's a few of them who don't have some skills. Yeah, for example, this one doesn't have any carrying capacity. Or no carrying skill, I guess. Interesting. Okay. All right. So given that, let's assign them to do things. So this. And let's see. I want to see if their choices match what they're doing. So this one is wood cutting, but there's stuff to mine in there. Same for this one. So this is not working as it should, or at least something is wrong here. Yeah, something is definitely... not happening as it should. They are all over the place. Yeah, this one's cutting trees when she was supposed to be mining. And this one's cutting trees when she should be harvesting. Interesting. I wonder why that's happening. What about you? Planned harvesting, but you're mining. Oh, wait, are you? I think it's in reverse, actually. I reversed it. No. Hold on. The sorting is reversing it. I think this is what's happening. Okay. Let me try that again. Lurk. Hi, Kodacular. Lurk away. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. How dumb do you need to be to have no carrying skill? Hey, I mean, I don't make the rules. Well, actually, I do, but you know. I have no idea. I have no idea why they have no carrying skill. All right, let's try that again. I think it was because the sorting was doing the opposite. It was doing from lesser to higher instead of higher to lesser. Let's see. Okay, plant harvesting, and she's harvesting plants, correct? Also correct. Well, yeah, she's got mining, construction, and carrying. So, you know, she all has the same experience in all three. So, yeah, she's mining. Good. Yeah, she has higher construction, but she's got plant harvesting first, so that's fine. Wood cutting, plant harvesting, and mining are all the same, so she's cutting wood. Makes sense. She is mining, and she's got the higher mining skill. Okay, okay. Oh, I forgot to set this aside. Sorry. All right, I think that's it. I think yeah, this one's mining, and she's got the highest mining capacity. Okay. Ah, and you can see, yeah, I forgot to change this, but this is actually a great test. See, all these characters suddenly got melee skill. That's because the job that they did actually gave them melee as experience. I'm still distributing melee experience for doing these jobs instead of the actual skill experience that they should have. So, you know, gotta fix that. But yeah, at least the system is working, which is pretty neat. Yeah, she's now mining. Yeah, this is never going to change because right now they're not getting experience based on what they're doing. They're just always getting melee experience. Suddenly melee is just going to, if I set them up to do even more things, their melee skill will just go outside of bounds. I think it'll just be, let's see. Oh, thank you so much, Reef. Thank you. Thank you. Ads are starting in about 30-ish seconds. I will take a quick break and then I'll come back and keep working on this. But yeah, hopefully I'll fix a few of the mistakes that I got here. But yeah, see, the melee is completely going off the charts. Look at that info window. Can you show it again? Yeah, sure. Yeah, melee is just going off of the off rails because yeah, it's I'm always giving melee experience for everything they do. So I gotta fix that. I really need to fix that. Oh man. I need to find a way to limit these. But for now, this will do. Nice. Yeah. I mean, it looks kind of basic, right? But eventually I'll add a few more bells and whistles to the whole thing. And with this, I'll have to leave a lurk to take my daughter to the doctor. She hurt a finger playing volleyball at school. Ah, I see. I'm so sorry to hear that. Hopefully she'll get better soon. But yeah, go ahead. Thank you so much for the lurk. Yeah, go and take care of your daughter. Hopefully she'll feel better soon. That really sucks. Yeah, that must hurt quite a lot. But yeah, when I come back, I'll actually give them the the actual skills that they're actually working on. Previously, I just had melee and ranged, so I was using that. But now that I actually have skills for all these professions, I'll actually use those instead. But yeah, I'll fix that in a bit because ads have just started. And yeah, I'll take a quick break and I will see you after those ads. So see you in a few minutes. Pew! Hello, everybody. I'm back. All right. Let's keep working on this thing. Let me just catch up with chat real quick. Right. Yeah. Hiya, Stolen. Welcome, welcome. What up, fellow nerds? What up? I hope you're doing good. Welcome in, welcome in. We're back picking up the kiddo. All right. No problem at all. No problem at all. Pick up the kiddo. It's totally fine. Oh, I actually don't have water in my mug. This is unacceptable. Give me a minute. Just put some water in my mug. Go. Doing well. Nice, nice. Glad to hear it. Over here, we're still doing things as we are wanting to do. I just finished this whole skills thing. Now you can see the skills on the villagers as you hover over them. And they'll actually choose what to do based on the skills they have. So say, she's wood cutting because she's got a bit higher wood cutting skill than the rest of the people. Yeah, man, gotta be nice to do things. It is. But yeah, I need to. Yeah, right now I'm doing melee. I'm gifting melee experience for every single task, and I need to change that. That's not what's supposed to happen. So let's fix that. I need to go to every skill. So let me. Gotta be up here. Resolver. Right. So when you carry resources, you receive carrying experience. Well, I have to do this for all of them, actually. Carrying. Okay, construction. What is this? Deconstruct. Also construction. Moving. With moving, let's give out carrying experience. I think carrying experience is a bit better for this. Okay. Cutting trees should be easy. Skills wood cutting, and over here the same. Okay, gathering crops. This all goes under plants. Also, skill level will be. Oh, right. I didn't do. I'm still using melee. Use wood cutting here in this instance. There we go. Okay, gathering crops. So this is going to be plant. I named it plant harvesting, but I need to change this at some point. Okay, that's it, right? Yeah, because this is just gather crops, gather herbs. I should probably put this all in the same space because it's all the same thing, to be honest. But we'll fix that. Maybe, this whole gather crops and gather herbs, this could all be assigned to the very same thing. Yeah. Death Poet, welcome in. Welcome in. Hi, welcome. Everything is a melee skill if you're dumb enough. That is true, yeah. You can definitely use your melee skill for a lot of things if you're creative and brutish enough. Welcome in. I hope we're doing good. Okay. Oh, no, this is minerals. What am I doing? No. Mining. Yes, this one's mining. Yes. And, okay, planting crops. Yeah, that's... Yeah, here we go. So, plant harvesting. I'm going to put plant... seeding in the same category as plant harvesting. Maybe I shouldn't do that, but we'll keep it simple for now, and eventually we'll change that. All right, let's see. I don't want any melee skill anymore. Let's see if I can. Let's see if they actually stop getting melee skill. That'd be real nice. Okay, let's see. Oh, right. Let me just scooch the window over. Oh, okay. Okay. So far, so good. Yeah, so far, so good. Oh, this one doesn't have plant harvesting, actually. Someone here doesn't have plant harvesting. There's literally no experience on it. Don't know which one it is, though. Where are you? Here we go. Oh, it's character 5. Okay. Character 5 has no plant harvesting. Sad. All right, let me then gather all this stuff. Okay, let's see if they still make the decisions that they should. Okay, so we've got wood cutting. Yeah, she's tied in wood cutting, plant harvesting. So yeah, makes sense. She's wood cutting first. Yeah, plant harvesting first. So she's definitely doing that. Yeah, she's higher on construction, but she has wood cutting second place. There's nothing to construct as of yet. So yeah, that's why she's doing that. Yeah, wood cutting is also tied. Yeah, mining is top along with construction, but there's nothing to construct. And here's our... She's actually top carrying and wood cutting. It's the same thing. But okay, let's pass a few hours. Or actually, let me... No, wait. Passing a few hours is okay. Let's pass a day. Okay. Let's see. You should have no melee skill. Okay, mining, plant harvesting. Ooh, lots of carrying on this one. Yeah. Very experienced in carrying, this character. Nice. Lots of mining. Okay, so no melee skill anymore. Good, good. That's good. Okay. Now, let me see. I am going to do something. I am going to set an area for them to plant crops. Like this. But also, I'm going to set up a building to be constructed. Right here. So, let me see. Is that not working? Oh, it's not updating immediately. Wait, why are you not working? Oh, you actually don't have it. They don't have the skill, so they don't ever do it. Oh, that's not how it's supposed to work. You should have at least something. I should pre-fill this instead of doing this. Yeah. I mean, sure, I can not show it, right? If the experience is at 0, that's fine. But they need that. They need to do that. Otherwise, imagine they start with no skills at all. They wouldn't do anything. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, yeah, I'm going to have to change the way this works. Okay, so 3 people have branched off. I'm assuming these 3 are the ones with higher construction skill than plant skill. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay, so these 3 have higher construction skill than plant skill. I'm sure there are others, right? Depending on who you talk to. Yeah, for example, this one too. But, they must have selected those 3 and then they didn't need anyone else, so, she stayed. with planting. Yeah, but I have to fix this whole thing. I'm trying to think of a easy way to do that. Either that. Either that, or I make it, or I force villagers to do a task regardless of their skills. How do I do this? Because there is stuff to do. There is stuff to plant. New to the stream, are they deciding what to do on their own, or you as a player has to instruct them to do things and they do those things according to their skill levels? It's the second one. Yes. So basically you give them things to do. So say, for example, you need to cut these trees up here, and depending on their skills, they will prioritize different things, based on whatever tasks you gave them. But yeah, that's what it is. That's it. Yeah. Eventually in the future, I want to automate some of the more boring stuff. As you progress, you might want to, have a certain number of wood in your stores, right? And your villagers will cut wood in conformity to keep that certain level threshold. But yeah, right now you have to be the one who actually tells them to do everything. You tell them to cut these trees, you tell them to, mine these stones. Yeah. And they will prioritize, right? That's just what I made just now. They have a certain skill level and they will prioritize their tasks based on skills. Yeah. That's mostly it. But I have to make sure that they work even if they don't have a skill. I do this, but I am searching for skills. That's right. I mean, I could do something slightly different. I'm just thinking. That would kind of solve the problem. That would kind of solve the problem in a way. But to do that, I would need something a little different. It couldn't be a list anymore. Or could it? No. No. Okay. Let me try something else. There might be a way to salvage this. It's not going to be pretty, but I'll think of something better later. So I'm assuming if I can't find it, if I can't find it, then I have to add it. But if I do, I just change the value. Now, that's the thing though. I need to pre-fill this with everything. Every skill level, everything. Let me think. We're not going to clear it. We're just going to replace it. Or rather, not even replace. We're going to reset it. We need to reset every single one. It's going to force me to do this twice. I'll have to find a better way to do this, but that's fine. That is fine. For now, you know. Eventually things might change a little bit. We're going to zero everything out instead of clearing, and then we're going to replace it like this. Now, the thing here is I need to add every single skill here to this list specifically. So I can reset it. And then it can be used. Even if there is nothing there, at least the skills will be there for, you know, for perusal. Yeah. Maybe since there's not many skills, initializing you would not cost that much performance-wise compared to make complex logic around missing skills. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. For now, I think this is going to be a fairly okay trade. But yeah, eventually I might need to change this. But that's okay. We're gonna keep it. Is there a way for me to go through an enum? Let me check something. Let me see if I can do that. Is there a way to do that? Okay. So there is a way. I never had to do this before, but okay. So for each in skill type, what is it? Get values? Like this? Oh no, it has to be enum get values. Okay. Enum get values. Right, and then I have to do type of skill type. So for each one, we're going to add information to it. So we're going to do, let's see here. I need to cast it. Because this is probably going to give me what? Okay. Okay. So then I need to cast this. It needs to be do skill type like that, right? And we will add it 0. We'll start everything at 0. But I need to do this at the constructor level. So I can no longer go without a constructor. Public mind villager. So we're gonna do this. Well, don't delete everything. And then I'm gonna do this initialization right here. For each skill type, I'm gonna add it with experience at 0. And then I reset it here and reuse everything. In the offset that I didn't do anything here, I will still add to it, but hopefully I will always find this. So yeah, there is that. Okay, let's see. I think this is an object. Yeah, I don't know if this is going to work. I'll have to see, but let's give it a whirl, see if this works. Okay, so far so good. I need to find someone who doesn't have a specific skill. I think maybe I'll just add... Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to add a certain skill and that's it. I'll start with a certain skill for everybody and they won't have anything but that skill. Yeah, I think it's easier to test that way. Give me a second. Just go here. Just give out the 200 immediately. And that's it, you know. They just have that skill and that skill only. Okay, let's see. Okay, mining, carrying, wood cutting. Okay. Imagine then that the only thing I ask you to do is planting something. I'm going to give you a little bit of stuff to plant here. Okay. So plant me this patch. Okay, they're all going. Okay, good. So even though some of them, most of them probably won't have plant harvesting, they're still all harvesting because that's the only thing that they have, they need or they can do at this point. And now the ones that didn't have it should have the skill. There we go. Yeah. Okay. That kind of solves the problem, I feel. Pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. Nice. Okay, that should do it. All right, let's go back to the previous system. There we go, and that should fix that. I do need to find a better way to do that, but you know, for now this will do. Okay, that will do. Yeah. Oh, here's one. This one doesn't have... Oh, I'm sorry, you can't see. I forgot about that. This one doesn't have construction. All right. But if I tell them to build something like that... Well, first they have to clear up the space. Yeah, that's what they'll be doing. And now someone should come in to, yeah, get stuff out of the way. They're basically carrying it all off. Are you? Yeah, you're fairly high in carrying. That's the thing. Right now, I'm doing them all in order. I probably shouldn't do it like that. I probably should have the one who is most adept at carrying doing this kind of job instead. I mean, she seems to be the most capable for it, but I do feel like that's a coincidence more often than not. Because I do go through every single villager and decide on things that way, which it's kind of iffy. But okay. Given that, now it should be time to build. Yeah, some of these have very low construction compared to some others, which have higher construction than them. But they'll usually, if they're available, they'll usually pick those, which is not, yeah. Hiya, Tartarus of Hades. Welcome, welcome. This is the only stream I'm lurking in, and 5 minutes ago I got a Twitch drop for Don't Starve. Wait, seriously? Huh. No idea. No idea what that could be. I have no clue. Bob 35, the constructor. Yeah, yeah. In this case, we've got 6, 7, and 8. No 35s. I don't have enough villagers for that as of yet. Don't have that. Don't have that. I don't see any Bob, just Marias. Yeah. All of the Marias. So many Marias. Bob's gonna come later. Bob's a later edition. Oh, thank you so much for the hydrate, Tartars. Thank you. Cheers. Thank you. Okay. That's not perfect. But you know what? I'll take it. That mug is kind of cool. Well, thank you. Yeah. Bought it a few months ago. Yeah. Someone on stream, one of my regulars, Fire, actually told me that this mug existed, so I went ahead and got it. Yeah. I really dig this mug. It's so cool. And save your work too, if that's something you could do right now. Yeah. I usually save very frequently. Thankfully, I have to test out this stuff. I need to save my work regularly. So it's a perk of the job, I guess. That's a fantastic mug. Yeah, I think so too. But thank you. What's up, witches? What's up? It's really cool. I really like it. It's become my de facto favorite mug. I use it all the time. I use it every day, all the time. And I love it. I don't know. It's just really cozy. Just holding it is really nice. I don't know what else to tell you. Okay, let me just make a quick note here. And she doesn't even wash it. I do wash it. With the blood of my enemies. No, I'm just kidding. I wash it with the blood of my non-enemies too. Oh my gosh. Just use the blood daily. Yeah. All right, let me just make a quick note here. I'll just have to take a little note here so I don't forget to check on this later. Okay, I'll have to fix this later because I'm not sure how I want to tackle this. I'm not sure if I want just the first villager available. You'd think that a more highly skilled villager would come in and do this job instead of just the first one that becomes available. That feels a little weird. But at the same time, eh, we'll see. We'll see how that goes. I've actually been designing a custom divination deck while lurking in here, witches attract witches, I guess. Yes. Yes, they do. I'm very glad. Yeah, that sounds awesome. That sounds like an awesome project. Seasoning it like a Navy veteran's coffee cup. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, but for now, this is fine. The fact that they actually switch to other jobs if there's something better available or more tailored for them, that's good enough for me for now. Yeah, see? Yeah, the ones that have higher plant skill now have all moved over to plantation, and these three have stayed because their construction is higher than their plant harvesting. Which makes sense, right? That's kind of what you want to happen. Oh right, there was a house in there. I totally forgot. I totally forgot I put a house in there too. Whoops. Why is your mouse cursor so small? It's because of the whole problem I have with resolution in my screens. Right now, the window is supposed to be, it's supposed to be 2 times the pixel size, but it's actually 4 times because I'm running it on my main monitor is the monitor that is showing that is, you know, where I check chat and everything. And this one has a higher resolution. So technically I'm currently at ×4, but if you go here it says ×2. It's complicated. It's a resolution thing. Don't. Oh god, they all stopped. Oh man, I haven't opened the options menu in so long. Oops. That's something I should fix. Let me just take a quick note here. I thought I'd done this, but apparently not. Okay. I'll have to fix that later. That's fine. It's not too bad. Overseer the options. Quick, stop working. Yeah, exactly. No, I probably, they're still working, I'm assuming. It's just that the animation stopped. I paused the animations to go to the option menu, but I never unpause them when I come back. It's probably just a fairly simple fix, but I don't want to worry about that too much right now. I want to fix other stuff first. Okay. At least they're considering their skills. I think I'm going to keep it like this for now. It's simple, but it does its job, right? So each villager now has a different way of looking at the world and choosing their tasks based on their skills. So I'm fairly fine with what I've got right now. Eventually, I might be able to tweak this and make it a bit smarter, I guess. But yeah, for now, this will do. I'm fairly okay with how things are right now. So yeah. Okay, before I tackle the next thing, I'm just going to commit real quick because I'm going to do something very different, and I don't like mixing things that are too different. So let me just do a quick commit right here. Okay, give me a second. It was just that, right? Yeah. I think that's it, right? I didn't do much of anything else. Okay. I think that's it, right? Oh, yeah, might as well. Okay. Um, okay. I think that's it. Yeah. Okay. Commit. There you go. Okay. Cool. Cool, cool. Very cool. Extremely cool. All right. Next thing on the docket, I want to make something just fairly simple, right? But still kind of, I wouldn't say needed, but it would definitely improve the visual feedback for players and everything. So right now, for example, when I'm dragging something that isn't planting something or designing an area. So when I design an area, this happens, right? The whole, you can see the whole area that you're covering like this. But for example, when I tell villagers to gather resources, you don't see anything. You just see the what do you call it? You see the symbols on top of the resources that you're gonna extract, right? But you don't see the actual area that you're covering. And I want to fix that. I want to make it so it kind of functions like this. So imagine this, but for, gathering everything. So yeah, that's what I want to tackle right now. That'll help, players figure out exactly what they're selecting and stuff. So yeah. Okay, let me just get to a chat. Okay, give me a second. You've made so much progress since I last tuned in. Yeah. Okay, I did miss that one. Sorry, I was reading chat to see if I missed anything. Yeah. I mean, depends on how long you've been here, but yeah, the game is basically unrecognizable, even from a year ago. I do have a build from a year ago. I show it sometimes just so people understand how much of an aberration I had at the time. Yeah, I do have a build here around a year ago. It's around a year ago. Let's see if I can find it. Give me a second. It's so funny. It's actually funny. Let me see. 2025, March 2025. So this was on the 11th of March of 2025. So around a year ago, give or take a few days. Are you ready for it? Are you ready? Oh my God. Oh, it's majestic. It's beautiful. Yeah, this was the game a year ago. I can hardly believe it. It's so crazy. The difference is night and day. But yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while. I don't even remember how the game looked when I first tuned into the stream. Oh man, I don't remember, sadly. I mean, I can try to look up, let's see. June 6th, 2024. So that's when you followed. June of 2024. Let me see if let me see if I have a build close to that date. June 2024. Well, I have one from May. It's actually the first build I have here. Oh my gosh, it's gonna look hideous, isn't it? Oh my god. I mean, to be fair, yeah, this is what it used to look. So this was a month before you followed next. This is my first ever build. It didn't even have villagers walking around. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I mean, you could walk around, you know? Look at that. You can't actually do this in the game anymore. I turned it off because I'm focusing on the village aspect. Yeah. Damn. Yeah, but this was a year ago. Holy crap. Insane. Actually insane. It was still called Idle Camp. Yeah, it was. Sup, Friday? Hiya, Kent. Welcome in. Fixing every small problem as you find is how you end up reworking walls when you originally set out to make a water level. Guilty as charged. I kind of wish I remembered how I first discovered this stream. I don't know. I don't even remember. You were here pretty early, I feel. April 18th. Yeah, I started on December, so that was 5 months in. Well, and Next came in right after. Yeah, I remember that. You were kind of close in terms of tuning in for the first time, I feel. Yeah. I call that changing a light bulb based on the Malcolm scene. Oh yeah. I know exactly what scene you're talking about. Yes, that is absolutely it. Yeah. I see big improvement on the right side menu. Oh, the right side menu, it hasn't changed at all. Eventually, that's one of the things that this menu is going to completely disappear. I just haven't deleted it because there were a few things here that kind of made sense to be here at the time. But yeah, this menu is going to disappear from here completely. This menu has been completely overshadowed by everything else I've done. Yeah. The only button I still use from this is the leave button. And even then there's nothing to do here. This whole part of the game is basically non-existent at this point. I'm even considering just starting the game and going to this view immediately because right now I have nothing to show in this bit. This will just be confusing for people. So at some point, I will just forego this whole aspect, this worldview altogether, and just directly do this. And that's it. Yeah. I know you find it funny, but I could consider myself very accomplished if I could produce that version of a year ago. No, I totally get what you mean. Yeah. I am very... I wouldn't know that the game would take this turn this quickly, right? Because the game changed quite a bit. Initially, it was just supposed to be you'd visit a small village and it would live in its own little world and that'd be it, right? And eventually I started changing the game to be a bit more dynamic. And that's when this whole thing started. This whole aspect of being able to just recreate the wider world in your village, that was huge back then. I was super happy to have this working. Yeah. No, I'm still very happy with this. It's just, when I look at what the game looks like now, it almost looks like a completely different game. It doesn't even look like the same project anymore. In a few ways, it's not the same project anymore. A lot has changed, but at the same time, there's still a few things here that have stayed. The villagers, sure, they're a little derpy and they don't have animations to speak of, but the underlying systems are still very much the same as this. Yeah. It's just, it's got a new coat of paint and everything. There was no Bobs and Maria back then. Yeah, in that first version, there was nothing. There was actually nothing. But this one had, both. You had male villagers and female villagers right here. Eventually, I had to turn. I don't have a male model yet, so everyone's female, I guess. Yeah. That was still called Idle Camp. Yeah, the first one was still called Idle Camp because the first when I made this project, I thought it was going to be an idle game. From the very first time, I still thought that this was going to be an idle game. That the initial idea would be that your party would automatically visit these places and you'd just watch it happen, right? But at some point, I started thinking, you know what? No, since I've got the time, since I'm actually going to uh, work on this project very frequently, and I, you know, I am going to devote time to this. I want to do something a bit more in depth. I want to do something a bit more, with a bit more bite. Let's call it that. And yeah, eventually it wasn't an idle game anymore. Eventually it just became a thing, a game. We were so young. We were so young. Éramos felizes e não sabíamos. Yeah. That was 2 years ago now. More than 2 years ago now. Holy crap. The time flies by so fast. I mean, yeah, when I look at this, when I look at the older versions, yeah, a lot of time has passed. And you can kind of feel it now, right? Especially with all the changes that have happened. Yeah, you can definitely tell the difference. But on the day-to-day, you don't even understand the amount of changes that you're making along the road, right? I think it's only when you look back at your project that you understand just how much things have changed. Because the first time, what was it? A few weeks ago, someone made the joke of what this game looked very different. And I went back and looked. I couldn't believe it. I for sure thought that this was going to be, just this, but with a little less stuff. I had no, I was under no impression that the game would look like this a year ago. If you told me that the game looked like this a year ago and I didn't have any proof for it, I would think you'd be lying. There would be no way. It was just this, but with a few little bells and whistles, But yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. Has anyone really been far, even has decided to even use Go want to look more like? I don't know. It's definitely something. This project has suffered a lot from stuff that I wanted to look a certain way. I do have a clear vision of my mind of what I want the game to be, but getting there is the problem, right? That's the big issue. So I just do a little bit every day, But yeah, sometimes I do take unexpected turns, for sure. That is something that happens very, very frequently. There is some stuff that is just very unexpected, and suddenly the game changes quite a bit. Yeah. The biggest one was definitely the part where you have a wider world and you can visit it and you see a smaller, condensed version of whatever is happening here, right? So I can't show you very well at this specific point, but you can see it here, right? You are next to this snowy mountain, and if you visit your settlement, you can see the snowy mountain with the exact same proportions on this side, right? This was a huge game changer. This was by far the biggest hurdle in this project, I feel. The party starts its journey on the road. That was that bit, this thing was supposed to be because the game was an idle game. It was supposed to be the beginning of the adventure, and this was going to be the game log. Yeah. I am Roots Reggie. Welcome. Oh, also, ads are starting in about 30-ish seconds. I will take a quick break, and then I'll start on that feature I just mentioned. The whole thing of, dragging to, having a bit of a visual for dragging stuff, basically. Yeah, I'm going to do that once the ads are over. And then I'll catch up with chat because there's a bit to catch up still. But yeah. The game looks... The look of the game has changed very drastically. And there's still some things that are going to change over time. There are still a few things that I want to tackle in terms of visuals and everything. But yeah, the game definitely looks more like how I wanted it to look. It's closer to the vision, to the final vision that I've got in my mind of how the game should look. Hopefully, I'll be able to continue working on it and make the rest of it a reality. That'd be pretty cool. That'd be pretty sweet. But we'll see. We'll see. Yeah. Gotta work on this thing. Shouldn't be too difficult. I want to do a different graphic though. I don't want it to look exactly like this. I'll do a different graphic for that one. I want to do something maybe with a dotted line or something like that. That could work. Yeah. I'll just do a copy of it and update as I go along. Actually, is it this one? No, it's not. I'll have to find the file and update it. Oh, okay. Ads have started. I will take a quick break and then I'll come back and re-chat and everything like that. So yeah, I will see you guys in a few minutes. See you in a bit. Hello, everybody. I'm back. Sorry about that. All right. Let me just catch up with chat, and then we'll keep going. All right. Oh, wait a minute. Pixel Art Holic, hi. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. You ran it out when I was away. I am so sorry. Let me give you a shout out real quick. Hi. How did the stream go? Hopefully stream went well. Welcome in, everybody. Hi. Olá a todos. Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. Welcome. No problem. Yeah, I hope stream went well. What were you working on? Tell us all about it. Hopefully everything went well. Welcome in. Welcome. Yeah. Thank you so much, Fire. Thank you so much for the message. Yeah. Welcome in, everybody. Let me just catch up with chat real quick. Shouldn't be too long. So good it's not. There's enough idle games in the world as is. There's about 100% more than we need. Or rather, how would you put it? You could use 100% less idle games, as well as incremental, upgrade, and TDD games. Okay. I see. I mean, I like them. Depends on what they do, but I like idle games. Depends on what they do, but you know. That's software development in a nutshell. Retrospective is always fascinating. It is. It definitely is. Welcome in, 2DV. I think you're already here, right? I did say hi. If not, hi at 2DV. Welcome. Oh, Amanda. Hello. I hope you're doing good. Welcome in. Welcome in. I am so sorry. I have just been so out of it. No problem. Yeah, so sorry about not being here when you raided in. Yeah, I was on my hourly break. Sorry about that. Live was good, productive. I'm starting to make the first stage with new changes. Ooh, all right. If you want to showcase something on stream, if you want me to look at it, yeah, feel free to post it in chat so I can take a look at it. It's totally okay. If you don't have anything you want to show, that's totally fine too. Don't worry about it. But if you want to showcase something, yeah, feel free to post and we can take a look at it. Yeah, no problem at all. All right. With that, I believe I've committed already, didn't I? Yes. Okay, I did commit. Okay. Let me close this abomination. No, I'm just kidding. I have a soft spot for this. Okay, this it might look barren, but it's okay. You know, it's got a soft spot in my heart. The new changes I'm still working on. Nothing to show for now, but thanks. No problem at all. Yeah. Whenever you feel ready to show something, feel free to post it on chat so we can take a look at. If you don't, that's totally fine too. That's totally okay. I was just reminiscing before I went off on a break. This is how the game looked like a year ago. And this is what it looks like now. Holy crap. The difference is just, yeah. Okay. I'm going to close this. Get out of here. Okay. So, like I mentioned, I am going to try right now when you click and drag like this, right? Nothing shows up. I want that to change. So what I wanted to do, I want it to be something closer to this, right? I want to show something like this. But to do this, I will need two things. First of all is actual graphics, because I don't want the graphics to look the same as the designation for areas. That would kind of make it look weird. The second one is I want to have a specific layer for these sorts of selections, because I don't want them to clash between each other. I don't want them to, have a different. I want them to have a different layer so they don't overlap, or rather that they can overlap instead of overwriting. That's the deal. Yeah. So let me see, because I don't remember which file I had that on. I don't have that on the normal file, do I? Do I have it here? No. Where did I put that? Give me a second. Where's my, okay. Where did you come from? It's not this one. Is it here? No. Also no. No, wait a minute. It has to be here. Because I am extracting everything. Am I not? Yeah, it's right here. Okay. I found it. Never mind. It's right here. I didn't see it, but it's right here. It's this thing. So I need to do something similar to this, but I want to do a different design for it. Do I actually have a file for that? Give me a minute. Do I actually have a file where I did this thing? Or did I just put this here and that was it? I believe no. I believe I do have a file for it. I just need to find it. Should be here somewhere. Oh, this is going to be tricky. Where is that? Is it this one? No. Where are you? Ah, it must be this one. Okay. Yes. Okay. Here we go. Okay. This is what we got. Okay. I'm going to change this a little bit. I want this to be slightly different. So we're going to work on that. Okay. So it is kind of this, but kind of different. I want to have I'm going to make it slightly different. I want to do a design like this instead. Kind of like a rounded thing. So let me just... You're on top of my tools. Get out of here. Okay. Move this here. We're going to... Yeah, I'm just going to move this and I'll do the rest of it later. I want this to be kind of like on a dash line. Is this true white? It should be, because I want to tint it. So please make it true white, if you please. I want to tint it with colors later. Did I do true white on this one? I did not. Interesting. Oh, no, because I colored it, didn't I? Yeah, I totally gave it a color. Why did I do that? I should have just made this white so I could paint it. Oh, well. I'll do that later. Oh, well. Okay, I want this to be kind of a dashed line. So let me see. 2, 3. I don't know exactly how this is going to look, but we're going to find out. We're about to find out. There is no simple pattern for this, is there? Let me see. What kind of pattern could we do for this? Let's see. With 2 breaks. Are these all 4, 5, 4? I mean, yeah, I'll take it. Yeah, 4, 5, 4 seems fine. That will do, I suppose. Four, 5, 4 seems fine. Yeah. Oh, it's actually... Wait a minute. Is this lopsided? It totally is. What? No, I don't want this to be lopsided. Are you serious? No. Fine. I mean, could just do that instead. That looks a little bit better. Okay, that'll do. It's not perfect, but we'll take it. Okay. So. Okay. So take this out. Hiya, Dev Donut. Welcome in, welcome in. I'll be spending the next few months on pixel art. Yep. There will be a point after I do all of these changes that I've set out to do. There will come a point where, yeah, I'll have to just pixel art my way through everything, basically. It's going to be fun fun for the whole family. It's gonna look a little lopsided, but that's okay. Yeah, that'll do. Put that right there. Okay. There we go. All good. Copy this bit. Put it here. I mean, yeah, it looks kind of weird, but you know, it's fine. It's okay. It's cool. Hi, Aboji. Welcome, welcome. Hi, chatters. What are those? ¿Y tú cómo estás? Bien, bien. Gracias. Welcome in, everybody. What are those? This is supposed to be a selection. What do you call it? A kind of like a selection grid. It's something like this, but with a different design. It's kind of an area fill of sorts. But I'm doing a different design. This one is very straight, and I want to do a different design for because there are several tools that you have to click and drag, and I want to have a different design for all of them. This one is, for example, so you can set up an area for plantation, but I want to do another one for, right now there's nothing to show, right? But when you click and drag for the villagers to gather these resources, I want to have some sort of visual here that will also draw underneath, kind of like this, right? Where you draw underneath to see exactly what you're selecting. But I don't want to have the same design because then that would be kind of confusing. So I'm making a new one. I'm making a different design so that they don't clash, basically. So that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm making right here. That is it, correct? I'm thinking yes. Possibly, maybe. Okay, we'll keep it like that. That's fine. Delete that one. I'm just gonna copy this one over. Well, no. Is copying enough? Not sure. I don't know. I mean, it should, because the design is always the same. Yeah, it should be fine. Should be more than fine. Okay. I'll have to do the interior later, but for now, this'll do. Okay, let's do this one. Let's do the big one. Okay. Gotta do corners. There. That will do. Just fill in the gaps. Oh, I forgot the other ones. Right, I forgot these. Well, actually, let's do this. Oh, but wait, these have interiors, don't they? I think, okay, let me just catch. Yeah, let me put these ones in so I can know what I'm doing exactly. Yeah, I'm not doing the exact thing I should. Okay, let me move this here. Okay, you need interiors for this. So that, yeah, it's a three-way, or rather it's a corner of sorts. So let's put these little squares here. That should do, I think. Let me do a little test. Say you got this one. I have to learn how to use Sprite's new tile setting tools. Yeah, that looks good. That looks fine. Although I want this to be kind of rounded. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't even put anything in there. No. Yeah, don't put anything. Which is good, because that means I can reuse this for other stuff. This one has a bit more reuse than the other ones. Yeah, I'll do it like this. Yeah, I'll keep this little corner out so it's easier to make little rounded things. That sounds a little bit better. Yeah, that looks fine. That looks a-okay. We're gonna go with that. Yeah, that'll do. Okay. I just need to find what the interior is like, but we'll see. Hey, I'm back. Hi, Leon. Welcome. And Stephanie, welcome in. Welcome in, everybody. I hope y'all are doing good. Welcome. Hope all is good. Welcome in. Hello. Hope things are very well on your end. I kind of... Right. Okay, I need to... And I gotta go. Thanks for the stream, Minutia. Coup tomorrow. See you tomorrow next. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Thank you so much. Okay, I need to... Yeah, this is a corner. Wait, what was it? It's a corner that... Right, it just has the edges. But since we don't have anything in the edges... Let me think. Yeah, since we don't have anything in the middle, most of these are going to be useless. If not all of them. Well, there are these. I do need these. These are kind of imperative in a way. Let me see. Let me put it down here so I can compare. I could copy this one too, just for kicks. Yeah. So I don't need these. Well, unless I do sort of a pattern. If I do a pattern, then that's going to be a thing. But most of these are fine. It's just this. Maybe with slightly adjusted... with slightly adjusted... what do you call it? Patterns, I suppose. Yeah. Because I don't need the inner bits. Since I'm doing rounded corners, I don't need the inner bits for anything, so those are fine. Yeah, and this one is going to be the exact same here, because again, we don't need the corners. I might just reuse these. Kinda silly not to, actually. Yeah, because most of this can be reused. Not sure if I'll be able to set Godot like that, but I can always try. Either that, or I could just make this a 9-corner. That could kind of work. Not 9, 4-sided. What was it? Yeah, because most of this is going to be just the same design on everything. Unless I do a pattern for this. If I do a pattern, then maybe they'll change a little bit. We'll get to that. Okay, do I want a pattern for this? I kind of do, don't I? Because otherwise you won't be able to see the selection. You won't be able to see the selection otherwise. On the mid sections, I mean. So yeah, let's give it a pattern. Do I want a pattern like this? Let me try a few patterns here. Or maybe I can just have something in the middle. Maybe that's it. I can just do a little symbol. Let me see. What could we do? A little star would be cute. It's just something to symbolize that there's something in there, right? I don't need to make it too fancy, but... something... Yeah, no, that looked better in my head, to be fair. Could do a little pattern design. But no. Okay. I think I'm just gonna go with this, I think. I think that's the best way to do it. Just something like this. I want them to kind of overlap though. So maybe, or rather, I want to be able to see it even when on top of something like this, right? So I want something that contrasts this a little bit. Maybe I'll do the reverse diagonal. Maybe that's it. Maybe that'd be the best way of doing it. Okay, pick me a different color. Something flashy. Okay. Let's do the opposite of what I've got right now. Because yeah, I do this. And then what do I do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then I do another one. Could work, I suppose. How would that look overlapping with each other? Let's see. I mean, yeah, I'd have to color it in white because, you know. Let's see. I mean, it looks kind of funky, but give it another color. I don't know. Make it a blue or something. I don't know. Just something that's different. Could work. Yeah. If I give it enough of a different color, it should be fine. All right. Let's apply this to everything then. Let me just make a quick template here. Take out the white. Put in the missing bits. I'll clean up the rest of it. Yeah, I'll probably do a better pass to this later. So the only place where I don't want this is this section right here, I think. Yeah, it's the empty spot. Okay. Okay, delete this one. And now just override these on top. There we go. I just need to clear the corners. Because when it goes up against the corners, we don't want that. That's the only time we don't want these to show. Kind of like that. I think that's it, right? Yeah. Yeah, okay, that's it. So, okay, color it all in the same color. I'm actually going to keep it that way. It's easier to... Okay, there we go. So we got these two designs. And I'm going to put this one on the sprite sheet, and then we're going to use it. Ooh, where am I going to fit this, though? That's the big problem. Well, some of these I'm not even using anymore. I guess I can confidently just delete some of this stuff. I could just delete some of this stuff. And that's probably what I'm going to do, because Lord knows I need the space. I do need that space, man. I need that space like I never needed space before. I think I'm just going to delete the whole thing. Yeah. Yeah. Goodbye, sweet prince. I'm always confused as hell while doing those tile patterns, even if the layout is always the same. Yeah, these patterns are always very confusing for me too. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Okay. Good night, sweet prince. Ooh, walls. Yeah, these are the old walls. I'm using these now. And even these are not final. These are just something I did for temporary measures. But yeah, these are the old walls. I'm not using these anymore, so I can confidently... Well, I know, wait. I'm saying that, but... Wait a minute. Which ones am I using? for the house. Planes too. No, this is because when I was prototyping the game with art, with temporary art, I picked up some assets from Kenny, and I tried to get a pack that had some cohesive theming, and yeah, there was this one. This specific pack was kind of like an Advance Wars kind of deal. And it's got planes, got tanks, boats, and all. It's even got some military men. But yeah, I basically got this because it kind of went in the same vibe as everything else that I had going at the time. But yeah, eventually, one of the things that I'm going to do when I start working for the final art for the game is just reorganize this whole thing and delete most of the placeholder art, because most of this art is not even being used anymore. I think this is the one I'm using, and this is the stuff that I'm not using anymore. I think that's it. If I had to guess, these are the building blocks. I remember that. These are the building blocks I'm using, but I don't think I'm using any of this anymore. Let me take a quick glance just to make sure that I don't delete anything I shouldn't. I know how that is. Yep. Here's the thing. Okay, let me check. Okay, I think it's this one, right? What tiles are you using? It's these ones. I'm fairly certain it's these. Okay, let me do a quick test. Delete, save. It's not? Oh, it's these? Okay, it's those. Okay, never mind. So I think I can delete these safely. Yeah, I can delete these safely then. Oh, Push CX! Welcome! Raid! Hiya, Tailcodes! Welcome in, everybody! Oh my gosh! Hi! Welcome in! Let me give you a shout out real quick. Welcome in! Hope you had a nice stream. Hope everything went well. Thank you so much for raiding in. I appreciate it. There you go. Thank you so much for the stream. I appreciate it. For the stream, for the raid. Oh my gosh, words are failing me. I'm so sorry about that. Howdy, have a fun stream. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. And yeah, go ahead if you have to take care of yourself. Go ahead and do that. Thank you so much for trusting your community with me. I appreciate it. Welcome in, everybody. Well, words are hard. Words are very hard. Yes, this is a new record, right? 6 raids today. Yeah, today has been a lot of raids. Holy crap, today was crazy. Thank you so much for the follow, Chailcodes. Welcome in. Well, to anyone who's never been here, I'm assuming that's the majority of you. Hi, name's Joanna. I'm a game developer, and I'm currently working on this colony sim right here. Well, the villagers are already hard at work. So yeah, they're already doing things. But yeah, you're supposed to have your villagers, and they plant things and do all sorts of weird stuff. And right now, it must have crapped itself out. So let me just start that over again, because that wasn't supposed to happen. So give me a sec. Where is my? Okay, here it is. Okay, there we go. Yeah. So you start out with nothing, basically. And you've got this whole space for yourself. You got a bunch of resources. You can tell your villagers to, gather those resources. So if I do this whole sweep like this, it'll actually go around and start, managing themselves and gathering whatever is available. And then, you gather those resources. They clump to the floor. And then you can pick them up and gather them here. So I've got a little corner here with a bit of a storage area. This little corner is kind of like a storage area of sorts. And they pick everything up and store it right here. And then you can use these resources to do things. So right now there's only one thing you can do with them, which is actually building stuff. I have a little house here that I have as an example. I can set it up here, and then they'll actually start clearing the space for the house to be built. So that's why they're all gathering over here. They'll eventually clear the whole space, and then eventually someone's going to come along. I believe they're coming now. Oh no, there's still stuff to clear. Okay, that's why. Yeah. now it should be okay to build. So someone's gonna come over, or some people are gonna come over, and they're gonna start building. You just get stuff out of the way because you can't see if there's stuff out of the way. But yeah, they start building things. So that's what they're going on right now. There's 3 people here, and that's exactly how much we need for the house to be built in the next turn. So pass the turn, and now we got a house. Ta-da! And they actually go in, and they chill out inside, They're doing their own thing. And while that's happening, we've got other stuff going on. And yeah, I'm currently working on a few tidbits. So yeah, right now, when you designate things to get gathered like this, you don't see the area you're selecting. So that's kind of what I'm working on today. I want you to see, kind of like, because you can also tell your villagers to plant. So if you do this, they actually plant crops in this small area. I want to have something similar for when you click and drag to, gather resources. I want to have a bit of a visual cue, and that's what I'm working on. That's why you're seeing me kind of clearing space, because this whole tile set is becoming full with old art, and I want to put this new selection template right here with the rest of it, so I can put it in the game. Yeah, that's mostly it. That's it. That's the game as of right now. Yeah. I say silly things when I get tired too. I just saw chill and good vibes. Twitch put you in first for the For You sort, and I like those things. Ah, nice. Okay, cool. I'm very glad Twitch did that. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for trusting Twitch and, coming over. Thank you. Thank you so much. Have you ever been in Gem Gems? Gem Gems? I have. Yes, I actually have. I have been in Gem Gems. A bunch of Gem Gems. I have a few in my itch from the Gem Gems. Looks like a charming sandbox. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Well, what are you working on? If you want to showcase whatever you're working on, I hope you had a nice stream, by the way. I don't know if I said that, but I hope you had a nice stream. And yeah, if you want to showcase anything in chat for us to take a look, if you have any project, if you have any Steam link, I don't know what you were working on specifically, but if there's anything you'd like to show, feel free to post something in chat so we can take a look at it. Also, thank you again for the raid. So when they clear space for the building, you lose out resources that were there. No. They do. They gather them just like usual. Since there are no piles forming, they are being formed. I just passed the time really quickly, but no, they do. The house does get built. So for example, if I put the house here, I'm just passing time really quickly so that so that the house gets built faster. But yeah, if I pass a little bit at a time, you'll see that resources do clump in the ground, and they do pick them up and store them just like usual. It's basically like you told them to gather those resources naturally. Yeah, it's exactly the same thing. It's just that this person then goes around and gets them all out of the way. That's basically what's happening. I'm a web developer. I was maintaining lobsters. I broke prod and took that as a sign it was time to wind down for the day. I totally get it. I totally get that. What is this? Lobsters. A programming forum. Ah, this looks pretty cool. Kind of has that old website style. I like it. I dig it. I dig it. This is really cool. So you're building this on stream, is that it? This is pretty neat. I dig it. Let me open one of this. Ah. Is it? Oh, this kind of links you to other things. Gotcha. This looks cool. It links you to other stuff on the web. I dig these things. Oh, this one doesn't let me open. No. Boo. Let's see if I can open this one. Yeah, it opens up to blog stuff. All right. This looks cool. Awesome. By the way, can you run out of villagers? Well, at this moment, there is a way to run out of villagers. You can delete them by mistake. Case in point, I have this tool, this debug tool to remove entities. If you go through all your villagers, bam, no more villagers. And there's no way to get them back at the moment. So if you delete them, you better be ready to stop the game. So yeah, you can't. That's the only way you can run out of villagers. Slashdot? It kind of reminds me of Slashdot a little bit. Yeah, yeah. I really dig it. It's really cool. This looks very, very nice. Nice. This is pretty sweet. I never touch prod after 5 p.m. except for emergencies. I don't want broken prod at beer time. Yeah, yeah. But sometimes you got to do it. Sometimes it is a necessary evil. Yeah. Maintaining, yep. We're coming up on 14 years old. Wow, nice. Most days we see around 250 DAU and have 200K visitors per day. That is so cool. I had no idea. This looks awesome. Yeah. This is really cool. It's super simple, which makes it, way better than 99% of whatever's out there. It's just full of crap. It's super simple, super clean. Yeah, this looks great. This looks amazing. Well, thank you so much for sharing. That's awesome. Thank you. This looks great. You did a bang up job with this. Are you the only one working on the project, or do you have some other people working with you? This is pretty sweet. Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing. It's so cool. I'll keep this on my tab. I'll keep this so I can look at it better later, because I like these kinds of things. I like this kind of. I do follow a similar one to this. It's not exactly the same thing, but yeah, this one looks very interesting. Thank you. Your game reminds me pretty strongly of Castle Story, but it's the only colony sim game I've played. I never heard of Castle Story. I might have seen it, but let me take a quick look. Castle Story. I don't think I've ever heard of that one. Oh, no, wait. Yes, I did. Okay. I was just not assigning the name to the game. Yeah. I know about this. I never played it, but I know what this game is. Yes. I believe they were on Kickstarter at one point. I think that's how I found them initially. I don't remember exactly. But yeah, I mean, kind of, yeah. It's on the same vein, sort of. It's just, not in 3D. But yeah, kind of, and it's not fantasy. But yeah, other than that, yeah, pretty close to that. This is called black and white mode. Yeah. Damn, she just deleted the poor things like their lives don't even matter. I mean, they'll be back. Don't worry. And she laughed about it. We have some volunteer mods and plenty of contributors to the open source code base, so we're in good shape. Nice. That's awesome. That's really nice. Hi, String. Welcome. I've been Godot Asset Store shopping for tools, and there's so many cool ones. Is it actually out already? Wait, was that what? Because I noticed that one of the maintainers was talking about something was going to happen in a few hours. Is that what happened? The asset store just opened? Is that it? Hi, Beast Studios. Welcome. Welcome in. It's a surface level comparison. I don't even know much about your genre. Are you going for wildly complicated like RimWorld Dwarf Fortress? I'm not sure. I do want it to be fairly complex, but I don't want it to be too overwhelming for the player. If I'm going to add complexity, I want that to be kind of like in a layer that you don't have to worry about in a way. I don't know exactly how that is going to work still. But yeah, I'm going to try to make it, you can probably go as deep as you want, but I want to make the game overall to be fairly easy to play if you just want to the first layer, let's call it that. If you just want to manage a little village, you can do that. But if you want to really micromanage, then yeah, I'll build a few tools for that too. I want it to be fairly complex, but I don't want it to be too overwhelming. Let's just put it that way. Yeah. Despite the site being an uber mega cringe ghost town running on a quite sad code base. Love the humor on your GitHub. I don't know. I think the asset store has been a thing for a while. I don't know what you're talking about. Might be the Godot 4.7 snapshot. Oh, is that it? Because I did notice one of the people was talking about what do you call it? Something was going to happen in a few hours, and I thought that was it. Because it hasn't been officially announced. Was it? I mean, I know that it exists, but it wasn't officially open, right? I think so. At least. Possibly. I don't know. That might not be it. Never mind. Oh, thank you so much, PushCX. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you so much for the raid again. And I know I said it a bajillion times, but thank you. I appreciate it. But yeah, that's mostly it. You know, just trying to do a little old game. Oh, there's a villager. The one who lived. She's right here. Wait, maybe there's someone inside the house too. Oh no, there's no one inside the house. Oh well. There's only one who lived. That's fine. She'll be okay. She'll be fine. She'll be fine on her own. She can survive. It's okay. I actually have a building here, don't I? Oh, I'm getting that trouble again. I'm getting that again. Oh well. Yeah, I have a few bugs still that I have to fix. Sadly, yeah. The one who lived, yes. Hi, Arrest Coder. Welcome. I hope you're doing good. Welcome in. Yeah, that's oh well, she's still going at it, so you know. What? Oh, maybe it was because of priorities. How much is your construction? Kind of low. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. I think it's your second highest. No, wait. Mining is your second highest, but there's nothing to mine. Yeah, so she went ahead and built. Okay. Makes sense. Okay, gotcha. Okay, poor thing. She's all alone now. Okay, this is kind of sad. Let me bring up every villager again. I don't want her to be all sad and lonely. There you go. Okay, the villagers are back. Cool, awesome. Let's get some stuff out of the way. I really need to clean this up at some point. Just because, yeah, there's just stuff in the way. Clear that. Get that out of the way. There you go. Yeah, that's basically it. And I was just doing a little selection thingy. So I've got this one so when I designate areas for villagers to plant stuff in, I do have this little kind of a selection thing. But when I select things to get extracted, you don't see anything. You don't see anything on the ground that can give you kind of a visual aid as to how much you're selecting. So that's what I'm trying to do now. I want to do something that it kind of looks like this, but kind of can overlap, and you can see what you're doing. Yeah. So, okay, I think this is the one I can delete. Is that it? That's the one I can delete. The others I can. So I can delete these. Get out of here. Well, no, don't delete those. Those are... Leave those alone. Okay, let's add you in. Like that. Okay, save that. Hopefully the house is still intact. Whew, okay. House is still intact. We're good. So now we actually need to program this. So let me go over here. And yeah, let's get started on that. I'm probably going to do a new layer for this. I could do it all in the same layer, but I feel like that's going to be a problem. So let me just do something here. I have base and dynamic. I need another layer. Don't I? I think I do. Because well, base is the floor, and then I got dynamic, which is not ideal. Oh, that Wolf Fenrir. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Thank you so much. All right, I'll need, okay, duplicate that. I'm just gonna do a bit of an experiment here. I need one for designations, and then another one for kind of like ground overlays. Because designations are going to be my areas. Say your stuff like this. Give me a second. Where are my terrains? I need a terrain for this. Yeah. So stuff like this, right? What the? Okay. So there's that for designations. It's not showing up for some reason. I don't know why. It's supposed to. What are you? Oh, so it is? No, wait. It's not showing up. Why? Is this layered correctly? Ordering 0 as relative. Well, you shouldn't have Y sort enabled. Not on the ground. Ground shouldn't need that. Why is this not showing up? What am I missing? Is it the shader? No, it wouldn't be. Yeah, the shader shouldn't even touch on that. That's silly. You are visible, correct? What is the deal with you? Why is nothing showing up here? What? I am so confused. Because it's... Wait, do I have to... No, that's not it. Why is nothing showing? That's very odd. Okay. Me... Oh, never mind. I'm an idiot. Never mind. Okay. I figured it out. I am an idiot. Idiot. Okay, there we go. No, that's not it. Yeah, okay. I figured it out. Okay. All right. I know. Oops. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay. There you go. Yeah. I was duplicating the base, but the base was where the ground was. Of course, I was just seeing the ground. Okay. I need to do a similar one to this. So I'm going to add the tile set. Okay. Can I... Yes, make that floating if you please. Because I want this to be big on screen. There we go. Okay. I need to do something first, though. I need a new terrain. Can you do that for me? That's probably here, though. Patterns, no. This is the tile set. Right, I need terrains for this. Do you... Yeah, I'm gonna have to... This whole editing thing is a bit weird, but okay. Pathing. Here we go. Okay, so add a new one here. Let's call this... what did I call this? Sure. Let's call it 02. Sure. Why not? So now we're going to pick this up and we're going to paint. Just like we did here. We're going to paint our terrain. So I'm going to do this exact same pattern, but for this thing. Terrain 2, 2. Okay. So. Oh, okay. I forgot to. Damn it. Need to select all these. I forgot about that. There you go. Okay, now we're ready to paint. Okay. There. So this one, yeah, this one's just the middle sections. something like this. Okay. What about this one? Okay. Like that. Oh, right. No, not that. Oh, okay. Ads are going to start in about 50-ish seconds. I will take a quick break. I usually take a quick break while the ads are playing, and then I'll come back and I'm going to hopefully finish this. I think I can finish this today. I think that's a fairly doable thing. Yeah. Gotta go. See ya. No problem. No problem. Thank you so much, Dead Pope. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, I'll see you around. Have a great rest of your day. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. Should be this, right? Yeah. Okay. And now I just do this. Yeah. Should be good. Should be good. Thank you. You too. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Let's just try to finish this and have no mistakes. Would be very nice if I managed to make no mistakes on this. This color is terrible, actually. But I've started it and I'm kind of stuck with it. And I'm too stubborn to go and change it. Okay, ads are in progress. I will take a quick break, like I mentioned, and I will see you in a bit. I'll hopefully finish this, and then I'll apply it to the game. We'll see how that goes. So I will see you in a few minutes. Catch you after the break. Hello, everybody. I'm back. Sorry about that. Alrighty, let's keep going. Gotta get stuff done. This time, because time is ticking, and we got stuff to do. Let's get to it. Fairly close though. Should be done in the next minute or two. Okay, what's the pattern for this one? Ooh, this pattern is a bit iffy. Okay. This. Okay, those are the weird ones. This one's the full one. Okay, and then it's everything filled. Including that little thing in the middle, right here. And there's no wall. Like this, I think, right? Correct? Oh man, I really need to change this color. Okay, let me just change the color. The color is terrible. Make something a little more... that'll do, I suppose. It's not perfect, but at least it's more visible. Okay, make it a bit more reddish. Yeah, it just needs to be visible, you know. Ah, that'll do. Okay. I'll take it. We take those. We take those. Okay, I think that's everything. Cool. Okay, perfect. So that's the second terrain. Done. Close that. So now all I need to do is paint it. So pick that one. And we're going to paint a little bit. So let's go to overlays. And we just paint on top of it. Can I not do that? Why not? Oh, I didn't select it for some reason. Okay, whatever. There you go. Cool. Okay. Got this in the bag. That's nice. I just want to see exactly what this looks like. That's a skull with 6 eyes. I'm just kidding. So if I take a look, yeah, they overlap very nicely. You can still see what's underneath. Okay. That looks okay. I will inevitably change the design later, but... Oh, wait, there is something here that's not correct. What is that? What? Don't know what that was about. Yeah, must have been a bug somewhere. Okay, cool. It's tiling correctly. Everything looks good. Okay, turn that off. Turn that off. Okay. All right, let's put this to work then. I do need a new layer though. Kind of sad, but I have to do it. Otherwise, this is going to be a problem. For now, just for testing, I'm going to put it in the same layer, but that's going to be a whole bunch of trouble. That's going to be very, very silly because it's going to override a bunch of other things, and we don't want that. But that's, you know, that's fine. We'll manage. We'll manage. Okay, let me on the dragging bit mark for extraction. Well, I want to do it in both, but we'll get there. I do this, but I also, where is the, it's this one. Where am I doing that? Render all areas. Render all areas in temporary add. Render all areas. Ah, okay, so I'm doing this thing. Okay. That's fine, I guess. I don't do it on the other one, do I? I just make the overlays visible. Yeah, but I want to do that, actually. Actually, I want to do that. Oh, I don't have context for this thing. I need the state for this. This is messy. I don't even have that here anymore, do I? We're going to have to change this thing a little bit. That's okay. We'll keep this more or less fine. Okay. So, on drag, I'm going to put this on render context because that's what makes sense. You know, it doesn't exist, but it should be there. Okay, on drag end, you render everything. So let's put it right here. And this would be the render context as well. It's always going to be the render context after this. Because it doesn't make sense for this to just exist. Okay, on drag start, I call this as well. So, right. Oh, I already copied that. So we're just going to do this instead. And finally, you render all areas on exit. So, like that. Like that. Okay. Now, all I need to do is move these methods to the render context. Yeah. What is this? It does go through the entity manager. That's fine. Right. Let's move this. Let's move this all out of here. Move it to render context. Where did I put that? Oh, okay. Here it is. Okay. I'll need the simulation context for this, but that's okay. I can do that. I can most definitely do that. I just need to be careful about it. Pin these two. Pin that too. Okay. Yeah. Whenever I need to do this, I can just call it on the render context. Because, hold on. Give me a minute. I don't think this should even be in render context. This shouldn't be in render context at all. This should be on the renderer itself. This stuff should be on the renderer. Where is it? Where are you? You. There you are. Because I do have, yeah, I do have a renderer for designations here, which should all be under the renderer for the region. Yep, this should all be here and not anywhere else. Okay, we're going to move all that code here. That's fine. So this renderer for designations is going to go on the renderer for region. That's what it should have been from the very beginning. Let's move some of that stuff out of the way, shall we? This renderer region. Yes. It needs the tile map. Why does it need the tile map? Why do you need the tile map? Because it's iffy. Fine. Get it. Get the. Yeah, that's fine, I guess. Okay. I'll need to make a few changes, but that should be okay. So, render region. Render all areas, which it doesn't exist yet, but we'll get to that. Okay. I really need to improve this at some point, but for now we'll just stick with what we know. Okay. Very nice. Very nice. You'll love to see it. Now, I have a render context. It's got a tile map. And the controller nodes. I do need that for certain things, I think. If not here, in other places, right? This is something that gets used. Let me just take a quick glance here. Yeah, I do need to find stuff with the render context. That's fine. Do I want to give you access to the renderer, though? Is that something that I want to do? That's my biggest thing right now. Do I give you access to the renderer? That's the big question, isn't it? Wait, where is your problem? Oh, because, yeah, okay. Create the method. Okay, cool. I do have the renderer here. But I do need need simulation context for this. Fine. You win. I'll need to feed it the simulation context, sadly. Yes. I'll do that myself. Simulation context. I need to call this in a bunch of other places. Yes. And here too. Here too. Now, here is the thing. Do I want to give these controllers access to the renderer? I mean, I do give them access to render context, so it makes sense to give them access to the renderer itself. I don't have it though, do I? Nope. I most certainly do not. But I kinda need it, don't I? I need access to the renderer. Unless I'm gonna have to do it anyway. I don't think there's a way to get out of this. I need the render. I need the renderer. Otherwise, this is not gonna work. I mean, I could try to split it up a bit more, but yep. Because then I need to feed it here. And here. And here. And where else? I think that's it, right? No. Here. And here as well. Not sure if I'll need all of them, but you know. Okay, add that parameter. Add parameter. Add. 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 So then, right. So now I need to go here. And instead of context, we don't need this anymore. We don't even need this anymore. Sure, keep the current areas. I'm not even sure. Is this being used anyway? Oh, I'm using it for this. I don't need that though. Why do I? I'm not sure why I did it this way, but let's fix that now. Okay. Cool. So we've got the renderer. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to use that. We don't even need this anymore. This needs simulation context, correct? Yes. So feed it the simulation context, if you would. I'll get to you. I don't need the context for this. This is relevant at this point. Okay, let's fix all of this. Do I need you? Pretty sure I don't, do I? I'll leave you to it for now. For now, I will keep you that way. But eventually, I'll just get rid of all of it. No need for that. Okay, these ones I have to add, but I'll do that in a bit. Seriously though, in the final game, is it possible for all your villagers to die? I mean, yeah, technically. You know, it could happen. Yeah. Right now, there's no way for villagers to die, but you know, you can get attacked. You can have villagers die of old age, being mauled by animals. You know, a lot of stuff can happen to your villagers. Yeah, yeah, it is possible, for sure. Yeah. Hi, Amadeus. Welcome, welcome. Best Twitch live ever. Hey ho, let's go. Thank you so much. Welcome in, welcome in. Will it be possible to capture Romans and sacrifice them to the gods? I haven't thought that far ahead, but I mean, why not? At that point, why not? This kind of reminds me of the SimCity where you can send a comet to fall from the sky. Yeah. If that happens, do you just lose? I don't know what's going to happen yet. Possibly, maybe, but I don't know how that is going to work as of yet. I don't know exactly what the losing conditions are as of right now. Yeah. I heard human sacrifice. Yeah, people were asking about that. Welcome in, Stolen. Welcome back. I'm glad the human sacrifice caught your attention. Let's say that you want to restart the game, so you set a meteor and it explodes the world. Ooh, that's kind of dramatic and badass. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. That looks that's kind of badass. I gotta say. Wait, where did you send me to? Oh my gosh. Okay. I need that. Create that method if you... No, wait. This is rendered context. No, don't do that. I don't want that on rendered context. I want that on the renderer instead. Can you do that? Okay. Also, feed the simulation context to this. Kind of has to. Kind of needs that, sadly. Okay. Now you can create the method. Yes, yes, yes. And this one too. So create. Oops. Okay. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. You're God, so I'm tired of this world. Let's blow up. Let's blow it up. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Out of scope. Stop, Matheus. You're tripping. I mean, I don't know. Could be something dramatic like that. I don't know. Could be. Wait, where is this? Okay, you need the simulation context for that. Oh my lord. Okay, you need a simulation for that. Sorry, Bucko, but you need a simulation context for that. Okay, I need to change this. Yeah, I know you need to change things. There you go. You're happy now? Well, no, you're not 100% happy because I forgot to add them here. So, simulation context. We go. Okay. 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 We're getting there. We're getting there. It's slow, but we're getting there. Do I not have that? Are you serious right now? Wait, what is this? This is the logic. Ugh. Thanks, I hate it. Feed it in. Okay. Feed that right in, if you please. Thank you. Okay, what else are we missing? Oh, right. We don't need this anymore. Position processor. Oh, that's the right. Position processors you'll always need it. Yeah. That's fine. We'll fix that later. I don't want to do it this way, but because I don't even need the context for this. I don't need that actually. Yeah, I don't need that at all. I think that's the plot of Final Fantasy VII. So I've heard. Hi, Akago. Welcome. How are you feeling? I hope you're doing well. Welcome in. Hope your sickness is, soon to be over. I know how bad it can get. Yeah. When you have to skip days for 10K years till the planet stops being living lava and life can grow again. I mean, yeah, possibly. Will there be any new Pokemon in this game? Well, you'll have to play to find out. I feel a lot better. Okay. Glad to hear it. But you're still not out of the woods yet from the way you phrased it, right? You're still a little sick? That sucks if that's the case. Oh, wait, do I not have that? There it is. Okay. Cool. That's cool. I like that this chat slowly but surely becomes more Lovecraftian. Hey, can't fight it, I suppose. Let's be honest, we're all a little sick. A little sick in the head. We're all a little crazy. Okay, is that enough? Is that it? Am I free? Please, I am begging. Okay. Wait, there's something here. Or is that from... okay, no, that's not it. Okay, there's nothing. Okay, cool. Just one more time, just for safety. Cool. Let's see if this works. Just want to make sure. No, there is one more thing we need to do, actually. Because when I do this, I'm doing this. But there is something else we need to do. Okay. I need to change the graphic of it. And there's no way to do that at the moment. That's just fantastic. Okay, but let's see if this works with the normal one. Then we'll figure out how to do it with the other one. It's just a matter of just changing the graphics. Shouldn't be that difficult, she says, knowing full well it will be. Okay, nothing is showing. But it is affecting this, which is kind of weird. Okay. I'm offended by little. I've been carefully growing my insane for decades. All right. I'm sorry. What are you working on today? Basically, I just finished a few things, but right now I want to give out a certain graphic. I want you to be able, just like when you set an area to plant crops like this, right? I want this, when you drag to have villagers extract resources, I want to make that also an area that is visible like this. It's kind of like if you did this, but with area. But, when gathering for resources, basically. That's what I'm trying to do. I was just frustrated with how much things there are in Unreal to learn. But watching you do all these systems, now I realize how much they work the same. Yeah. How much work they save? Oh, they do save quite a lot of work for sure. I mean, that's the thing. A lot of people like to joke around and say, "Oh, just do it in your own engine." I would be nowhere near this level of completion of the game if I was working on my own engine. I don't even know where I would be. It's just insanity, There's a lot to do. You are telling me. That's fine. The fact that it's not showing is kind of weird, though. Why are you not showing? You were supposed to show. You were supposed to show things. Unless I'm not setting up things correctly, but it looks like I am. I got the context. I'm not even sure why this is public. Anyway. Many years ago, I would butt heads with an old friend when discussing our indie games because I thought systems were important and he thought they were a time waster. For example, I had to insist that you should write one state machine class instead of writing a new one for every object. Yeah, I mean, you kind of want to avoid doing a lot of that. Otherwise, things can get quite complex. And then, your processing power is all going towards the state machines. I mean, having a state machine for every object is nice, right? But that's just killing your computer. It's just way too much processing power for very little gain. Usually I try to be humble, but in this case I was just right. Yeah, for sure. It's crazy. I couldn't do it half the stuff I'm doing now if I didn't build experience making systems. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And you were right. Yeah, you were absolutely right about that. Absolutely right. Okay, why is nothing showing up? Let me just take a quick look at this again. Why are you? Because I am doing everything, unless I'm missing something. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, render all areas, which I do here too. Render areas and temporary removal on drag start. Oh wait, this is remove positions. That's not what I should be doing. Wait. I am doing temporary add. Oh, but I'm doing temporary removal. Derpy derpy. Why are you so derpy? Okay. I guess that's why nothing was showing. Every time my boss copy pastes code in between classes, I die a little bit inside. Yeah. In your game, will the player be able to spend resources to stop the voices in their head from driving them insane? I don't know. I do not know. There we go. Okay. Nice. Although I have been thinking, doing it this way specifically is a little too much, I feel. There's way too many calculations to do. This takes a lot of calculations to do. I might just create a sort of graphic that layers these, because for dragging selections, right? I just need a 9 slice. I don't need all of this, And you can tell when I make the area very big, you can see the computer stuttering because it's making so many calculations as this thing gets dragged, right? And then it's smooth after I do that. I might just do a simple 9 sliced sprite for that. Because this feels kind of like overkill, to be fair. I can just give it the corners and it should just do, because there's no other way to click and drag it, right? Unless I create shapes out of it. In which case it would be different, but it just feels like I'm doing something that is extremely computationally intensive for something with very little gain. You know what I mean? I'll have to think of a better way of doing this. I'll have to think about that. But hey, at least it's visible, At least you can see the thing happening. But yeah, it is. You can definitely tell as I'm dragging stuff along that the game just grinds to a halt because of this thing being so computationally expensive. I'll have to find a better way to do this without tile maps. What the heck is this boss from Dark Souls? I'll never forget his unironical inheritance breaks capsulation. I sometimes have nightmares about it. Oof, ouch. Got back in time to catch the end of the stream. Yes! Welcome back, Reem. Welcome back. Hope your little one is doing okay. I prefer composition. Most inheritance I did or saw in CPP that I could approve of was basically interfaces. Right. Makes sense. I generally try to compose things, but I feel like a little bit of inheritance is always helpful. Yeah, I mean, like everything, right? Like with everything, there is a certain use for those things, right? Inheritance has its uses, and it's very useful in those use cases, as is composition. Composition is useful in certain cases, and it's nice there. But yeah, inheritance has its place for sure. The same mix is where it's at. Exactly. Yeah. But yeah, this thing just, yeah, look at that. The bigger I make it, the worse it gets. I don't know. I just interface everything. Just interface everything. Hiya, Dark Mask. Welcome. She is just a small fracture in the finger articulation. We'll need to keep it on a splint for a couple of weeks, though. Ah, right. I see. I see. Yeah. Hopefully she recovers fast then. Int. Hello, Lint. Welcome in, Dark West. Welcome, welcome. That sounds like a cake. I mean, who's to say? Who's to say? I int. Interface for int. Exactly, exactly. I int. I dig it. I dig it. Yeah, I'll have to think of a. There is a better way of doing this. I do realize, which I will probably need to do to improve this. And the thing is, what I'm doing right now is extremely, what's the word? It's extremely naive, right? Every time I move the mouse, no matter what, I am recalculating everything I select. Even though, right? Even though I didn't change my cell. So let me give you a little example. Say I'm doing this, right? Even though I'm still in the same cell, I haven't moved, the selection hasn't changed. But every time I move the mouse, every single time, I'm actually recalculating everything, which is insane. It's an insane thing to do. So I think the best approach that I'm going to do is just, I am going to calculate the selection. If the selection hasn't changed from last time, then I just don't do the rendering, or I just leave the rendering alone, right? Because that is going to make this a lot easier on the computation. I could just move this like this and nothing happens until I increase it. And when I increase it, sure, it calculates once, right? But I don't have to do it again. I just calculate it once and that's it. So yeah, I'll need to do, I think I'll do that tomorrow. Yeah. I think that's going to be my work for tomorrow, is just to, I mean, it's not going to be the whole day of tomorrow, but I do need to make this a little bit more performant, because this whole tile map thing is just a lot. There's a lot happening, writing on it. Yeah. That's the robust way. Exactly. Exactly. It's on a dominant hand, but 2 years ago when she broke her wrist, she learned that she could write just fine with the other hand. Ah, okay. Okay. That's good. At least, silver linings. Sounds like bad design from past you that future now has to fix. Well, yeah, when I did this, I wasn't taking into consideration the whole rendering bit being, that it would impact rendering all that much, but it does. It impacts it quite a lot. I can't do it like this. This is just too much. But I have to fix that tomorrow. Yes, I will fix that tomorrow. Yeah. Sadly, I don't have time today. It's going to take a little bit more than what I have right now. I will have to make a few slight changes to the way I'm calculating positions and everything, but it shouldn't take too long. Should be fine. It's just, yeah, I just can't calculate it all the time, because that's just insanity. Because that's the thing. If I select this whole thing, let me see. Say I select this whole thing. Can you see how much that's dragging? Do you see? I'm moving the mouse. The selection is not changing. Look at the animations up in the left corner. They're just dragging because of the selection is taking too long. Yeah, I need to fix this. Because, yeah, I'm just moving the mouse, Same position. I'm not changing anything. The selection isn't changing. It's still the same. But, yeah, it just takes too much out of it. I need to stop doing this. This is insane. Because if I stay still, it's going to be really hard to stay still, right? Because, but if I stay still, it's not much of a problem anymore. I'm not moving the mouse. I'm leaving it there. It's fine, right? They're animating, it's fine. You see some of it breaking when I move the mouse a little bit, because my hand kind of moves a little bit by mistake. But yeah, when I keep my hand steady and not moving, yeah, it works just fine. It's fine, Drawing all of this is fine. Well, when I select, it's insanity. But that's because I'm selecting a lot of entities and I'm running through all of them. So yeah, that's kind of to be expected. I do need I need a better system to take care of these entities. I'll try to have an ECS later, but that's after the demo. For the demo, I'm going to keep the system as is. Hold up, are you calculating each frame while selecting right now? If I move the mouse, it's not every frame, but if you keep moving the mouse every frame, it is recalculating every frame. Yes. Yeah. What kind of calculations is it doing? Basically, I'm just trying to get the positions. I'm creating a list of all the positions that I'm selecting. I've got the drag positions right here, right? Let me just, yeah. I basically do a sort of a box of all my selections. I put all of these into a list so that I can feed it to the renderer. But the biggest problem is not even creating this list. The biggest problem is rendering all of those positions. I'm basically going position by position, creating the visuals for it. So every time selection changes, you calculate what entities fit within the AABB range. Not exactly. I mean, well, yes. Well, yeah, I need to do that. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I need to do that. Yeah. Yes. Because it's not just the visuals on the ground. Well, not everything is selected, but I can just remove a part of it. Like this. You can see when I select something, see those icons appearing? That I need the positions of I need the entities so I can assign them this little icon. It's got to be a bit lazy because until you actually select stuff, you only need visual cues. So you should make it only care about entities that intersect between selection and screen. No, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, yeah. That's kind of what I'm doing to a certain extent. Yeah. It's not entirely what's the word? It's not entirely performant because I'm kind of making it what would be a good word to say here? I am not making this very performant. It's kind of blind. And it shouldn't be. There are a lot of things here that I could improve. A ton of things I could improve on this. For performance reasons, right? But I haven't done those yet because I never had I never had any issue. I always thought that I could always do that later. But yeah, it turns out I really need to improve this a little bit. Wait, I just had an idea. I have a bunch of ways to fix this. But yeah, when rendering entities, you should check for each entity if it falls within selection. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing, but it's too, what is the word? It's too blind. It's too raw. It's not, I can make a ton of checks and that could improve this by quite a bit. Specifically when rendering. Yeah, but I think that's already what I'm doing. Okay, let me check. When rendering entities, you should check for each entity that falls within a selection. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. Yes. But the problem is, for example, for each entity that I'm rendering here, each one has sort of like a position, right? So anything that is not being rendered doesn't need anything, doesn't do anything, no operation. Yes, I have like a chunking system that I use to improve performance that way. I am not using it for this. And I need to. Because, yeah, with big selections, it gets very complex. Let's just put it that way. I need to I don't mean the chunking system. No, but I mean, I do have a sort of correlation between the entity as it exists in the simulation and the visuals, right? So say when I am clicking a certain position, when I'm doing this, right? When I'm selecting this bit, I actually run through all the visual representations of that entity, of all entities, to see which one I need, which is insane. I can't do that. That is actual insanity. So I need a better way to find something fast, because I was just doing it blindly. But yeah, I have a bunch of ways that I can fix this. It's just a matter of getting to do them. I never did them because I thought, it would be okay. But yeah, all I need to fix this. But that's the big problem. Everything that you're seeing here, all these trees, all these rocks, all these things, each one is a visual entity. But when I need an entity for a specific, when I need the visuals for a specific entity, I don't have an easy way of telling it to just give me the entity for this, or give me the visuals for this entity. I have to run through all visuals until I find the one I need. So the visuals themselves need kind of a chunking system as well. You know what I mean? That's the gist of it. I need to partition this a bit more to make it a bit more performant. Otherwise, it's insanity. So yeah, I'll have to fix that. Make it a bit, more performant. I don't know if I'm maybe misunderstanding something, but I thought, imagine if the only data you keep about selection, as long as you're holding the left mouse button, is its dimensions. The only data, right? Nothing else. No pre-computation of what falls inside, etc. When you render a visual entity, the entity compares its coordinates to selection dimensions, and it falls inside. It's just another flag to use when rendering it. I mean, I could... That would be something that I could do. I'm just thinking. The only problem I see with that is when I click and drag through this whole thing, right? I only want to select some specific things, right? So trees, stones, but villagers, I don't want to select those, for example, right? It would just be a matter. How do you decide the category? I usually do that when I'm dragging. So as I'm dragging, I see what positions I've added in, and then I check which entities are inside that match those filters, and then I get its visual component, and I add the little thingy to give it a give it a little visual to have that little icon on top. So it goes through a bit of a layer. I check positions. I go and check which entities are inside those positions, and then I check the visuals for those entities. So basically, if you have trees and humans, that means you want humans. It's the opposite. I'm dragging through all of this, and you'll see the humans are left untouched. Everything else, the trees, the stones, those all get filtered. But the humans, they get filtered out. Because I'm just looking for gatherables, right? Something that can be extracted. Your trees, your minerals, your whatever. The part about deciding what is the category might be a trickier part. Yeah. But I mean, there are ways to overcome it, right? I have certain bits are easier to manage than others. But if I do a sort of like a split system, imagine, for example, right now, the one of the big problems that I have with rendering is that I am putting just everything in a list. All entities that you see right now, all of these are on a list somewhere. But I don't have a quick way of honing in on a specific visual. Say, for example, I want this tree. I have to go through the whole list until I find it, instead of just being able to, okay, this tree is somewhere around this area, so just search there. You don't need to search through everything, right? You don't have to do that. So a chunking system for the visuals could also work in that favor. I could more easily find the visuals and it would be easier to, get what I want faster, right? And then there's the whole bit of not recalculating every turn or every time I move the mouse. I just do it whenever I change the positioning in the grid. There's a bunch of stuff that I can do here to improve performance for sure. But I have to, I sadly don't have time today for that. I'll have to do that tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll do all the things. Caching what is selected can be messy though for moving entities. Yeah. I mean, yeah. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, for moving entities, it might be a bit problematic. I might keep a cache for static and movable entities, possibly. This might be a bad suggestion, but to find entities in this kind of situation, I keep a cell to identity dictionary. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to do, or what I'm going to make. Only in this case, it's not a cell to entity. It's mostly just going to be a chunk to entity. And right, sure, you have to search through everything in this chunk specifically, right? But it's way better searching through 20, 30 entities at best than searching the whole hundreds and hundreds of entities that are going on here, right? So yeah, that kind of thing is definitely what I want to do, for sure. I mean, it can be done, but you would almost certainly find a few bugs along the way with entities moving in and out or spawning, despawning. Yeah. I need to be careful with that. I'm probably going to keep everything in a static sort of list. Everything static can stay in a certain cache. Everything that moves goes to another cache. And then I don't have to work through that anymore, I guess. But yeah, that might get tricky, yeah. I haven't done a single game in my life yet, unless Snake counts. And now I think how much effort can go into simple things like selection. Yeah, it's definitely not something that I would expect to be this complex. But yeah, I do need to make this a bit more performant because it's kind of insane the amount of stuttering and the slowdown that I get just from doing that. I need to improve this. Otherwise, game can grind to a halt. If people make huge selections, it's going to be messy, very messy. But yeah, no worries. Should be, I should be able to get something at least workable tomorrow. Should be okay. Will you have zooming? I don't know yet. Possibly not. I don't know yet. But right now, I am not planning for it. No. I'll start with something easy, like the menu. Me at 14 before I cried. Yep. Feels bad. Feels so bad. I know exactly how that feels. That is terrible. I know exactly what that looks like. But yeah, this kind of thing is very, very important. I want to make sure that, when you select stuff, you don't get a lot of stutter. Or any at all. The ideal bit would be no stutter at all. But you said you're not making your own engine. So what is the largest piece of foreign software you build upon right now? Well, Godot. Yeah, the engine itself. Unless when you talk about foreign software, does that count the engine itself? Or are you talking about other stuff outside of it? Oh, you mean Godot? Yeah, yeah. I'm building all of this on top of Godot. Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, yeah. I'm doing Godot. I'm doing all of this within Godot's frame. All of this is done within Godot's frame. But it's usually not Godot's problem. Most of these stutters and these um, performance issues, it's usually because I do something that I shouldn't. But I don't think it through, and yeah. I even have a friend that is doing some maintenance for Godot, but I've never touched it myself. Oh, that's so cool. That's nice. That's nice. Yeah, I mean, I have looked at the source code of the engine, for learning purposes, but I've never actually contributed anything to the engine's code itself. Yeah. I did my first game with SDL tree. Yeah, SDL is pretty cool. I actually used SDL I was actually building an engine at the time, or when I started out. And I was using SDL2. I think SDL2 was all the rage at that time. It was, it just came out. It's so cool. And I was making an engine on top of that. Yeah. Kind of insane. Looking back, that was kind of insane. All right. It is getting, okay. I only have 3 minutes to find someone to raid before ads come through, because I hate serving ads just before I raid. So let's find someone. I know who we're going to raid today. This one's easy. This one's the easiest one in the book. The snake I mentioned was in EM Scripton. I was so amazed that I could basically write CPP code straight for browser. Nice. I didn't know that it was a thing. That's cool. Hi, Halkios. Welcome. Sadly, I'll be leaving very, very soon, because it's time for dinner. It's dinner time. I need to take care of that. Oh my gosh, it's so late. I am so sorry, Halkios. Well, I'm so sorry. But not to worry. I will leave you with a very cool game developer whose game just got out of early access today and is launching its 1.0. I am talking, of course, about Mr. D-Boy. Mr. Farm Boy has just left early access and it's now released for all intents and purposes. So let's go over there and congratulate him on a nice release. Oh no, he just left the chair. He'll be back. It supports SDL. You just write SDL stuff and get WebAssembly. Oh, that's so cool. That's really nice. Yeah. Okay, let's put the raid in motion. That's right. All right. I had a meeting filled day. I hope your day was productive. It kind of was. Yeah. I did note I have a bunch of issues to fix, but I can fix those tomorrow. No problem. I did do a few things, but it was a fairly productive day. Yeah. Oh, Highland Forge Games. Thank you. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. So before we go, oh my gosh, there were so many raids today. It was insane. 5 raids? I think it's 5 raids, at least from what I'm counting here. I got raided by Ice Bear, Shani B, Dev Girl, Pixel Art Holic, and Push CX. So that was insane. Thank you. Thank you so much for all the raids. And thank you to everybody who just stuck around. Thank you. I appreciate that. So thank you so much for being here, everybody. I hope you have a great rest of your day. And yeah, tomorrow I'll come back and we'll do some more stuff. Hopefully do some more performance work, because the performance of this game is kind of tanking. So we're gotta fix that. Raid the Romans. Yes, we're gonna raid Mr. D-Boy. Don't forget, congratulate Mr. D-Boy on his release today, right? Don't forget. Thank you so much, everybody. I hope you have a great rest of your day. See you tomorrow. Bye, everybody. Let's raid. Let's go.